September 11th, 2001, the worst of days that inflicted pain and grief and also called upon the best of the human spirit. A unifying determination to recover and overcome arose. Part of that scene in our national pastime. The link between this game and the country, never more poignant.
There has been healing over time. Begun that very morning. With so much sacrifice and courage on display. And lining the road to recovery, our game, our pastime, a relief from our sadness, a reminder of America's greatness. Not a cure, but a comfort. We can return to normal. We can, and we will. Ten years later, the fallen are honored. And will be remembered forever.
This morning in Lower Manhattan, 10 miles from Citi Field, prayers offered, each and every name was read, a commitment and a resolve renewed to never forget. And that's reflected this evening here in Flushing, New York. They've planned a simple and eloquent ceremony to recall and remember those lost and those who responded. Emotions have been stirred this day, 10 years on from the attacks of 9/11. Welcome to Citi Field. People recalling where they were that day, how they heard the news, what they saw, what they felt, even what they smelled. Things that they will never forget. With me here, our colleague, Bobby Valentine, the coach of the Mets in those days. Things that you never forget. What will you never forget of that day and the days after?
I'll never forget some of the smells. I'll never forget the tears, the fears. I'll never forget the unity that so many people showed, the love that so many people gave, the time and effort that was without a doubt the greatest display of charity that I had ever experienced in my life. And I'll never forget the hearts that were broken and the families that were broken that so many people tried to put back together.
Sports, of course, as we've talked about, a small part of the attempt to walk back towards a new normal. One thing that people will certainly never forget, that memorable home run by Mike Piazza. To watch it still is to be stirred, to get goosebumps, even tears, 10 years on. Tom Rinaldi is with us here this evening to reflect on the meaning of that hit on that night 10 years ago.
Bob, there have been 6,236 home runs hit in the history of the New York Mets franchise, but by any measure, one stands separate from all others. Really, in its context, it should have been meaningless. But somehow, on that night in this city, in that moment, it did matter to everyone who saw it, and especially to one family.
And here's the man the Mets want up in this spot, down a run late in the game.
When he got up and the crack of that bat, boy, it was like, for that minute, 9/11 went away.
Ronnie Geese was a husband and father of 3 teenage boys. He was also a lieutenant in Squad 288 of the FDNY. Based in Maspeth, Queens, just 9 miles from Lower Manhattan, it was the only job he ever wanted.
He loved going to work every day. I think he was proud of doing it. I think everyone was proud of him for doing it. To be a fireman, you kind of have to be willing to lose your life or, put yourself in danger for a stranger, somebody you don't know. and that's just the kind of person he was.
I remember him as just a great fireman who was very good at his job.
If firefighting was his purpose, Geese also had a passion: baseball. And he had a team, the New York Mets.
He loved it. He loved them. Mets meant a lot to him. He would get so frustrated.
The morning of September 11th, 2001, Ronnie Geese left for work at 7:30. A short time later, the news began to reach his house on Long Island.
Started thinking about it, where my dad was, what kind of company he was in, being a special operations company. Figured he'd be there. And then kind of just started to unravel.
When you saw the second tower fall, what did you think, Carol?
I was petrified. I was terrified. My fear that he was never coming home to us. That was my fear. My fear also was, my God, if he did go, did he suffer? That was my biggest thing, is please just don't let him suffer.
I never really had a comfortable feeling that he was coming home. A side of me always thought that, you know, I think I was going to be raised the rest of my life with just my mom.
For a mother and her 3 teenage sons, the days that followed were a blur of shock and grief, faith and doubt.
I'm wondering, are you dead? Are you alive? Are you suffering? Selfishly, I thought, I can't do this without you. I can't go on without you. You know, you're my heart. You're my heartbeat. You know, somebody can't survive without a heartbeat. You can't leave me. But after 10 days, I came to the reality when I went down to ground zero. That's all it took.
10 days after the attacks, the morning of September 21st, Carol Geese went to ground zero for the first time.
I said, I know what it's like now to be a widow. I said, Ronnie's gone. Ronnie's gone. He's not coming home.
That night, Carol made a decision. She was taking her boys to see a ball game.
Ronnie would have said, go. You should go. There's no reason for you not to go.
It kind of gave me like a feeling of, all right, life's going to carry on, you know. Things aren't going to be great, but life's going to carry on. The Mets are going to play tonight.
Baseball returned to New York before 41,000 at Shea Stadium, including Carol Geese and her sons. The Mets took on the Braves. It was the first major sporting event in the city since the attacks. In an atmosphere subdued, in a city stunned, Atlanta led New York 2-1 in the bottom of the 8th when Mike Piazza came to bat.
And it's hit deep to left center. Andrew Jones on the run. This one has a chance. Home run! Mike Piazza, and the Mets lead 3-2.
The place went absolutely nuts. Crazy.
This place exploded. It's been waiting to explode all night. Whoa, Mike Piazza.
For those 10 seconds, everything was fine. It would, you know, for the 10 seconds of cheering after that ball cleared the wall, it was like nothing had happened. Everything was fine.
I think it probably put the first smile on my face from 9/11. It was almost like I owed Mike Piazza, you know, like I wanted to, you know, thank him for what he had just done.
As a mom, to watch that, it was like, look what you just did for my 3 kids. You just made them so happy in such a horrible, miserable world that they're living in. You just made their world a happy place for that minute.
The Mets won 3-2. After the game, a police officer saw the Geese family in the stands and led them across the field and into the Mets dugout to meet Piazza.
He took his batting gloves and his wristbands off, and he gave them to my brothers and I and said, you know, your father was a hero.
For him to look at me and be like, wow, what your dad did was so amazing, you know, you guys should be so proud of him. You know, it made me even more proud of my father.
10 years later, Tommy Geese is a New York City firefighter. So is his younger brother, Ronnie. Bobby, the youngest, is preparing to become one as well. All 3 are volunteers at the Merrick Fire Department, where their father served as chief.
It's in their blood. That's the expression with the fire department. It's in their blood.
On this September 11th, 2011, Carol and her boys, along with 60 family and friends, will again go to a ball game.
I'm going to Citi Field. I'm going to Citi Field. I'm going to go watch the Mets win one more game. That's where I belong. That's where Ronnie'd want me to be again. We're going to be with all our family and friends. We're going to talk about him. We're going to smile. We're going to laugh.
He'll be there. Definitely be there. He's always with us.
Making good on their promise, the Geese family is here tonight. Carol and her sons, Tommy, Ronnie, and Bobby, backed by a busload of 60 family and friends from Merrick, Long Island. Earlier this afternoon, the family took part in a solemn memorial service for their fallen Ronnie. But tonight, in addition to the reflection and the remembrance, they've come here not just to see a ball game at Citi Field, but in doing so, to celebrate a man's spirit. Bob?
Thank you, Tom. And they'll hear the all-American cry of play ball. We are joined by Mike Piazza. It's a night of many memories. Mike, what, when you think back with a decade's hindsight, and it's a tough night, but what do you think that hit did?
I'm sorry.
No, I understand.
Just, you know, I just remember that day, and I just distinctly remember praying and saying, please, God, help me get through this night. I mean, I didn't know if I could hold it together, and I'm sure all of us were the same way. I mean, we were emotional wrecks. I mean, first off, we didn't know if we really should be there. And when something like this happens, I think it just allows you to really internalize your life and what does life mean and what's life all about. And I mean, you saw there, it's about family and love and relationships, and where does baseball fit in there? I don't know, but I mean, I'm just so glad that looking back, it probably was the right time, and the fact that it touched so many people, and so many people even here today remember that and found some sort of a little bit of healing from that. It's very humbling for me.
Bobby, you're a lifer in this game. Where does that rank on moments that you've experienced?
Oh, I don't think it's part of the game. I think it's separate from the game. It was the most special event of my lifetime.
What told you it was right to play that evening? I know driving to the ballpark, I know you were even in prayer before the game, asking for the strength to get through. When was the moment that arrived that said, okay, was it the first pitch?
I don't know. Bobby mentioned before, and I remember it, because looking back, it's kind of like you suppress those feelings of anger and fear and anguish and loathing, and then when you think about it, Bobby made a great point. One time I saw he commented where we were also like we're a little jumpy too. I mean, we had some anxiety and not so much from a security standpoint, but yeah, I mean, because there was so much sort of rumors and all these other feelings that were coming on during that week, and so just also a feeling of anxiety and trepidation and like, well, you know, is this right? I mean, is this secure? I mean, it's right by LaGuardia as well, and so there was all these feelings, and then, you know, once for me, at least when I heard the bagpipes, I mean, it's very difficult. Anytime I hear a bagpipe regularly, I get emotional, but under those circumstances, it was actually gut wrenching. I mean, for us to play, and so, I mean, again, the only way I can describe, I think, of getting through that night and myself personally having that moment was just a lot of prayer supporting me and putting wind underneath me.
What did you say before that night, if anything, to your guys?
I told them that the world was going to be watching, that this was more than a baseball game, and that people wanted to see how tall we could stand, and we really did stand tall.
Mike, I know you're part of the opening ceremonies. Could be no more poignant a moment. You'll be in Cooperstown one day. If the Hall of Fame, and they know what they're doing, they should note that on your plaque. It's a moment of American history. The ceremony is upcoming. Remembrance, reflection, and a resolve to never forget. Those bagpipes that go right through you, they're here tonight. The young kids, the first responders, the families. 9/11 at Citi Field. The ceremony when we return.
$100 for a pair of jeans? Give me a break. I wear Lee Premium Select because they fit, they're comfortable, and they cost less than 50 bucks. And according to studies, I've been told they make my butt look good. Researcher.
Getting comfortable never looked so good.
This Tuesday, from the studio that brought you Iron Man.
Whoever holds this hammer, if he be worthy, shall possess the power of Thor.
Thor. Own it on DVD and Blu-ray combo pack this Tuesday.
Completing an ATM deposit in record time. That's a step forward. With deposit-friendly ATMs, you can make ultra-fast, secure deposits with no slips or envelopes. Take a step forward and chase what matters.
Are you ready for some football?
It's back to football with a special Monday night doubleheader. Tom Brady leads the explosive Pats against Reggie Bush and the rival Dolphins. Then Darren McFadden and the Raiders clash with Kyle Orton and the Broncos in a mile-high showdown. ESPN's Monday Night Football returns. Patriots Dolphins at 7, Raiders Broncos at 10:15.
10 years later, living on a planet altered so profoundly by 9/11, it's hard to remember what mere sport, in particular baseball, meant in the immediate aftermath of the attacks. At a time when the whole country, the whole world seemed to have come unmoored, was there comfort found in the routine? For some, certainly, there was. Baseball was back 6 days after 9/11, with the nation still reeling, with the World Trade Center still smoldering. A World War II bomber pilot named Jack Buck stepped to the microphone at Busch Stadium in St. Louis.
I don't know about you, but as for me, the question has already been answered. Should we be here? Yes.
Then, 4 days later, the first pitch in New York since the attacks. In the 8th inning, Mike Piazza smacked a 2-run home run, which would win the game.
And it's hit deep to left center. Andrew Jones on the run. This one has a chance. Home run!
That emotional high note wouldn't be hit again until late October, during the World Series, when George W. Bush took the mound at Yankee Stadium. To be clear, baseball didn't heal anybody in the days and weeks after 9/11. No one who was grieving felt better because the Yankees reached the World Series. If baseball did anything, it provided a fleeting diversion for millions who hadn't lost friends and loved ones, but who were struggling to find their bearings in a suddenly less certain world.
That achingly beautiful light tribute where the Twin Towers once stood. And tonight, the bond between the game and the country to be commemorated here. The 9/11 Memorial. Each and every name read today. Prayers, reflection, remembrance, rededication, and the resolve to never forget the small part that baseball played that day, that magical night 10 years ago plus 10 days. The ceremony now from Citi Field.
10 years ago today, terrorist attacks on America here in New York City, at the Pentagon in Washington, D.C., and in western Pennsylvania claimed the lives of almost 3,000 innocent people. It was an unprecedented national tragedy. Over 2,600 New Yorkers woke up that morning and went about their day, never to return home. Our city was the first hit and suffered the greatest loss of life. While September 11th was a day of enormous devastation and sadness, it was also a day of unsurpassed heroism, bravery, and solidarity as New Yorkers and people across our beautiful nation came together in the wake of these unspeakable acts. Tonight we gather on the 10th anniversary of 9/11 to honor the memory of all those who were lost in these attacks. We remember the victims, the survivors, their families, and loved ones. We salute the brave first responders who made the ultimate sacrifice to ensure that countless others would live, and we honor the members of New York City's emergency services who lost too many of their brothers and sisters in uniform that day. We also remember the heart and compassion of thousands of city employees, New Yorkers, and volunteers from across the country who worked tirelessly around the clock in the rescue and recovery effort. This extraordinary outpouring of support and love demonstrated how New Yorkers and all Americans are at their best in the most trying and difficult of times. Tuesday's Children is an organization formed in the wake of 9/11 to assist the children and families of victims and first responders. In the years since, it has expanded its mission to provide support for victims of terrorism around the globe. For 10 years, the Mets have worked closely with the families of Tuesday's Children and are very proud to welcome them to Citi Field this evening. Please direct your attention to the outfield grass where representatives of Tuesday's Children are entering with the United States flag for tonight's September 11th Remembrance Ceremony. Our colors are being presented this evening by a joint color guard consisting of 3 agencies that lost personnel in the line of duty on 9/11. The New York City Police Department, New York City Fire Department, and the Port Authority Police Department. The Honor Guard is being accompanied on the infield by bagpipers and drummers from the New York City Police Department and the Department of Sanitation. Ladies and gentlemen, encircling the field now for tonight's ceremony, please welcome our city's first responders and representatives of the agencies that participated in the rescue and recovery efforts at Ground Zero. The New York City Police Department. New York City Fire Department. Port Authority Police Department. Emergency Medical Service. New York City Office of Emergency Management. New York City Sanitation Department. New York City Department of Correction. And New York State Court officers. Ladies and gentlemen, these uniformed personnel are being escorted onto the field by members of the 2001 New York Mets, Steve Traxel, Todd Zeal, Robin Ventura, John Franco, and Mike Piazza. Also escorting our city's first responders is former New York Met, Rusty Staub, who founded the New York Police and Fire Widows and Children's Benefit Fund, and whose charitable work is supporting close to 700 families that lost a parent in the line of duty, including many families of 9/11 first responders. The New York Mets and the Chicago Cubs are now joining the uniformed first responders on the foul lines, accompanied by young representatives from Tuesday's Children. At this time, we will dim the ballpark lights for a moment of remembrance. We ask that you please rise, remove your caps, and illuminate your candles as we observe a moment of silence in memory of all the lives we lost 10 years ago, in honor of their families and loved ones, and in recognition of the heroism of so many New Yorkers and caring Americans across the country in the wake of these tragic attacks. Thank you. Please remain standing. Joining us this evening to sing our national anthem, as he did at the first Mets home game following the 9/11 attacks, please welcome Grammy Award-winning recording artist and native New Yorker, Mark Anthony.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous light o'er the ramparts we watched, who were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets ran ladder, the bomb bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
Ladies and gentlemen, Mark Anthem. Please direct your attention now to the pitcher's mound for tonight's ceremonial first pitch. and welcome 2 stars from the 2001 New York Mets, who along with their teammates were dedicated in their support of our beautiful city's emergency personnel and victims' families in the wake of the 9/11 attacks. A New York City native, pitcher John Franco. And catcher Mike Piazza. John, it's your pitch. Ladies and gentlemen, John Franco and Mike Piazza.
Well, memories are what sports are made of, but the phrase never forget is much more profound than that. The emergency service personnel who ring this field, simple and poignant ceremony. Remember those that rose to the moment on 9/11 and those who were lost. That's where the tower stood. At the base, the newly dedicated memorial. Each and every name recited today. That most American of phrases, play ball, about to resound here at Citi Field, the Mets and the Cubs on September 11th when we return.
Can I have some ice cream, please?
No, it's just for new people. Hey, chocolate, vanilla, or strawberry?
Chocolate.
Chocolate it is.
Yeah, but I'm new too.
He's new-er than you.
Even kids know it's wrong to treat new friends better than old friends. At Ally Bank, we treat all our customers fairly, with no teaser rates and no minimum deposit to open. It's just the right thing to do.
Sprint introduces America's first 3D phone. Now anyone can watch and shoot video in 3D.
Cut, guys. We're not making effective use of the 3D technology. I think I can help. You stand over there and film Daddy while I for serve.
What was that?
That was 3D gold. That's what that was.
Let's make homemade 3D the next big thing. The new HTC Evo 3D, no glasses required, only from Sprint.
Introducing the new Samsung Smart TV. Stream music and movies, connect with friends, and everything else you love. That's the wonder of Samsung.
Hi, I'm Eli Manning. Right now, save on select Samsung HD TVs and get a free Samsung Blu-ray player and 3D starter kit. See your local retailer today.
Inspired engineering. Motivated by performance. Technicians as advanced as the vehicles they service. And now get all of this expertise at a price that may surprise you. Like our 30-day tire price match guarantee, plus a $60 mail-in rebate. Not just service, certified service. Only at your Chevrolet, Buick, GMC, and Cadillac dealer.
Would you like her to rephrase the question?
I'm not going to be the person I'm expected to be anymore.
Be unexpected. Bleu de Chanel.
At Chanel.com.
I don't go to church because it's boring, I'm busy, and the people are judgmental.
You should rediscover church at Edgewood because
we accept everyone here.
We're a church family.
For your family. There are services to fit my schedule.
This speaks to me.
It's exciting!
You know the feeling. It starts when you walk inside, and boom, it's that winning feeling. This kind or this kind? Or how about this kind?
We've loosened up another 100 slots. Looser slots mean more playtime, better payback, and more fun. Plus, enjoy the comfort of wider aisles, a new non-smoking floor, and the loosest penny slots in the Quad Cities.
So come on, there's a world awaiting, and we'll exceed your expectations. I'll get winning.
Fly, period.
The events of 9/11 left an empty space in the Manhattan skyline and in our hearts. Many lives were lost, but much was discovered about America's compassion, resilience, and strength. Tonight, from Citi Field, with our national pastime as the backdrop, we recall the events of that day and all that has transpired since.
There has been healing over time. Begun that very morning. With so much sacrifice and courage on display. Lining the road to recovery, our game, our pastime, a relief from our sadness, a reminder of America's greatness. Not a cure, but a comfort. We can return to normal. We can, and we will. 10 years later, the fallen are honored. And will be remembered forever.
On this very emotional day, the 10-year anniversary of the attacks on September the 11th, 2001, ceremonies all around Major League Baseball at so many different ballparks where games were hosted today, including Washington, D.C., of course, so close to where the Pentagon is, the attack on September the 11th, 2001. Pittsburgh, 81 miles away from Shanksville, Pennsylvania, where Flight 93 crashed. And St. Petersburg, Florida, the home of the Rays, all around every ballpark around North America today, there were ceremonies honoring those who died, first responders, and everyone who was affected by the events of that terrible tragedy 10 years ago. Here at Citi Field, moments ago, a just completed and extremely moving ceremony involving, again, family members of those who died in the World Trade Center attacks, first responders, firefighters, police officers, Port Authority, paramedics, and so forth, and members of the 2001 New York Mets, John Franco, throwing out the first pitch to Mike Piazza here at Citi Field. Hi, everyone. I'm Dan Schulman, and welcome to Sunday Night Baseball here on ESPN, coming to you live from Citi Field. Such an emotional day from the moment the day began right through the night, all across America, but nowhere more so than here in New York City, where so many of those perished on September the 11th, 2001. I am joined by a man who was here, who was involved, Bobby Valentine. You were the manager of the Mets in 2001. You took your team to ground zero. You were front and center in the relief efforts. Your team played the first professional sporting event in this city after the attacks on September the 21st. 10 years later, today, what is on your mind? What is in your heart?
Well, my heart's still heavy because I know there's a lot of healing that still needs to be done. But I remember being in the hotel room watching the events with my wife. I remember trying to get my team in safety and bringing them to a hotel in rural Pennsylvania and driving back to New York and seeing the first time the skyline in New York covered with this black smoke that we could smell even though we're in New Jersey and not New York. And I remember the fear and the tears. I remember the agony. I remember the hearts that were broken and the families that were were distressed. But I also remember the giving and the charity and the love and the way people came together to do the right thing together, to help people, to make things better because they knew that they had gotten really bad. And I remember never being more proud of being a member of a team, being an American, than I was in those days after 9/11.
And that is a story that we will endeavor to tell to the best of our abilities tonight, in addition to recalling the events of that terrible day 10 years ago. A number of former Mets will join us tonight. Todd Zeile, John Franco, Mike Piazza will all be in the booth with us here on this 10th anniversary of 9/11. A baseball game coming your way as well. The Cubs and the Mets coming up when we come back.
At Taco Bell, quality is the reason it tastes so good. We use 100% USDA Select marinated grilled steak, 100% marinated all-white meat chicken, and 100% real seasoned beef 100% of the time. Quality is the reason it tastes great at Taco Bell.
Walk, little walk, small talk, big thoughts, gonna tell
the most headroom per dollar of any car in America, from $10,990. The all-new Nissan Versa sedan. Innovation upsized. Innovation for all.
Take care of your engine, and it'll go far. One way I can take care of my engine, One-A-Day Men's, a complete multivitamin for my overall health. Plus, it supports my heart health and helps maintain healthy blood pressure.
Whoa.
Gotta makes your heart race, huh?
Are we doing okay here?
Absolutely.
And what can I get for you? I'll have one of those.
$100 for a pair of jeans? Give me a break. I wear Lee Premium Select because they fit, they're comfortable, and they cost less than $50. And according to studies, I've been told they make my butt look good. Researcher.
Getting comfortable never looked so good.
It's like he's been in the game 10 years. That's one of the longest home runs you will ever see. Season's coming
Catch the postseason beginning September 30th.
The Jester is back. The Jester's Jam 2011 Concert Series is here, featuring the best in entertainment. See legendary music man Chuck Negron, formerly of Three Dog Night, the great Eddie Money, and the unconquerable Larry Gatlin and the Gatlin Brothers. Plus, join our concert club to receive exclusive information and perks. Concerts are open to all ages. All shows are at the Quad Cities Waterfront Convention Center, and tickets are on sale now at JestersJam.com. The 2011 Jester's Jam Concert Series. Get your tickets today.
Mid-American Energy is putting the power to use energy more efficiently in our hands, helping with the big things and pointing out the little things that add up to make a difference, like cleaning lint traps, changing furnace filters, and using smart power strips. With Mid-American, energy efficiency is always within reach. The power's in our hands with Mid-American Energy.
ESPN Sunday Night Baseball, presented by Taco Bell. Welcome to Citi Field here in Queens, here in New York City. The Cubs and the Mets wrapping up this series on a very emotional night for so many of the people who are here in this ballpark tonight, so many of them affected by the terrible tragedy 10 years ago. They have come, as they did many years ago, perhaps, for a bit of a diversion. They have come to watch a baseball game here tonight as their Mets take on the Chicago Cubs. Welcome back. Dan Schulman, Bobby Valentine, Oral Hershiser. Let's talk a little bit of baseball right now. The Mets, through all their problems and their injuries and their financial concerns, have played really hard, and in the minds of some have have overachieved and have done well to be where they are. What about going into the offseason? What's their big decision?
Well, they have a very big decision with the most exciting player in baseball, guy leading the league in excitement and in hitting, Jose Reyes. He's a free agent. He's their shortstop. He's their switch hitter, and he's been injured. He's been injured too often for them to be secure that a long-term contract is something that they will give him. So they have to commit or non-commit, and this is a very special player they must decide on.
The visitors, the Chicago Cubs, have had a very disappointing season. They are well under 500. A team that spends a lot of money, was expected to contend. Not a lot has gone right, but the guy we're going to see on the mound, Matt Garza, has certainly pitched well recently.
Yeah, at 27 years old. He's been a first-round draft pick. He's been an ALC MVP. He's thrown a no-hitter. Now he is the ace of the Chicago Cubs, and this is a pitching staff that's in shambles. They need his leadership. They need him to be the guy that he has been so far in his last couple starts. He has 6 no decisions when he's left the game with a lead. He's thrown a complete game loss at 1-0. So at 8 and 10, he is not the pitcher that you see. This guy is their ace. He is their leader for next year, and he needs to continue to grow, especially emotionally, to lead this staff into the future.
All right, Earl, thank you. Well, one of the things we were expecting tonight was that members of the New York Mets would be wearing commemorative hats, or at least hats honoring the fire department, the police department, emergency medical services, much as they did under Bobby Valentine 10 years ago in the wake of the attacks. Pre-game, the New York Mets were wearing those hats, but an edict apparently came down from Major League Baseball just a couple of hours ago saying that during the game, the players were not allowed or are not allowed to wear those hats and must wear their regular New York Met caps. For more, let's go down to the field level now and join Buster Olney. Buster?
Dan, that edict came down before the season started. And about 10 days ago, a member of the Mets organization told me that the Mets contacted Major League Baseball and asked if they could wear the hats from the fire department and from the New York City Police, and they were told no. Basically, Major League Baseball doesn't want to be put in a situation where they're picking and choosing about which hats are worn on a given day. They consider the hats to be sacrosanct. The Mets players talked about wearing the hats anyway, but they decided in the end, because the organization was facing a heavy fine, to wear the Major League Baseball sanctioned hats.
All right, Buster, thank you. So they take the field in their normal caps as we get ready for baseball here tonight at Citi Field with the Cubs and the Mets trying to wrap up this 3-game series. Each team has won a game already by identical 5-4 scores. And on the mound tonight, or for the New York Mets, a well-traveled fella, a guy playing for his 10th different organization, Miguel Batista.
And Miguel will have an emotional night also. He was an active player in 2001 when the attacks happened, and he has remembrances also of exciting times and remembrances of the people that were the first responders, and also in talking to him as a very emotional night, and he is so glad to be on the mound tonight to bring some normalcy back.
Let's take a look now at the starting lineup for the visiting Chicago Cubs, presented by Taco Bell. And Mike Piazza is playing some of the kids right now, with the Cubs long since out of contention. Starlin Castro leading the National League in hits on the season. Tony Campana's in center field. Brian LaHair, 28 years old but limited Major League experience, gets a start in left field tonight. He's been swinging the bat well. Carlos Pena at first base. Tyler Colvin in right field. DJ LeMahieu is the third baseman tonight, batting 6th. Rookie Darwin Barney in second base, batting 7th. Coy Hill will do the catching, and pitching into batting 9th is Matt Garza. Some of the younger players in this game, just kids when 9/11 happened 10 years ago. Others, older players like Miguel Batista, as Oral mentioned, he was a pitcher for the Arizona Diamondbacks. So he was here in New York during the World Series against the Yankees back in 2001, and he certainly will never forget it. We'll tell the stories of many of the people who are in this ballpark tonight, and as mentioned, some former Mets, some players of Bobby's with the Mets back in 2001. Todd Zeile, John Franco, and Mike Piazza will join us tonight. You were down on the set with Bob Lee and Mike Piazza, and Mike, as you suspected he might, got very, very emotional as Bob was talking to him.
Yeah, Mike hit a home run that separated that particular game on September 21st from any other game played in a New York Met uniform, and the people that he touched, the ones that he'd never met, as well as those who he did met, make Mike very emotional when he thinks of it.
Ready for baseball here at Citi Field. Starlet Castro to lead it off against Miguel Batista. And we are underway with the first pitch strike. Castro just 21 years of age, hitting over 300 on the season and working on an 11-game hitting streak right now. And Batista quickly jumps out in front 0-2.
This is a young player who's leading the National League in hits, Dan, and has such a calm approach at the plate as though he's been doing it for 21 years and he's only 21 years of age.
The 0-2 bounce down to third, backs up David Wright a step. One down. Defensively, the New York Mets rank second from the bottom of the National League. Only the Cubs have committed to more errors. Jason Abey, Angel Pagan, Lucas Duda in right field tonight. David Wright, Jose Reyes on the left side of the infield, Ruben Tejada, and Nick Evans at first base tonight. Ronnie Paulino will do the catching for Miguel Batista.
David Wright's at third base. He knows that Tony's one of the fastest players in the league. He'll be playing in. Had a 2-error night last night, was really the exception to the rule. He's an exceptional defensive player.
The batter now is Tony Campana, young outfielder. Tremendous speed, as Bobby mentioned. Reyes knows it, rushes it, and gets him by a couple of steps, 2 down. So a couple of quick outs for Batista here in the top of the first against the Cubs. And the batter is going to be Brian LaHare. I don't know if you call him a young man. He's almost 29. Played a little bit for Seattle in 2008. He's getting a chance now with the Cubs. Has been up about a week and is tearing the cover off the ball. And as Mike Piazza told us before the game, he said, well, who cares if he's not 22? Who cares if he's 28? It's an unusual story that he's trying to write, but he's trying to prove that he's not a so-called 4A player, too good for AAA, maybe not quite good enough for the majors, or he's trying to prove he belongs up here.
Yeah, around baseball, you call this a career minor leaguer getting a shot, and you see the minor league numbers was outstanding with 38 home runs, 109 RBIs. And remember, that's a shorter season than a big league season.
As you saw, the Pacific Coast League MVP, a natural first baseman. But with Carlos Pena on the team, Mike Piazza wants to get LaHare in as much as he can, so he's already had him out in left field and right field this week. Pulled foul, 1-2.
I was really interested to see him in person because we didn't get a whole lot of scouting from him except for the minor league and then a little bit from watching baseball tonight as he's gotten some hits. But to watch him here tonight for 4 at-bats and to see what he brings to the game will be very interesting.
Well, the Mets really have an advanced scouting report that they should throw him inside with fastballs, throw him breaking balls that go in off the plate, and then maybe get him out with something slow and away once they speed him up inside.
Pops one up down the left field line, but this will get back out of play.
I tell you what, they really do know how he swings the bat, because you look where Evans is playing at first right down the line, Bob. You'd think it was a 7th inning or later and a tie game or a 1-run lead for the Mets. They're guarding the line. They know that he pulls the ball on the ground. And you think about in 2 strikes, you might be bouncing a breaking ball. He's been there for the whole at bat.
The 1-2. And breaking ball down and in. 2 balls, 2 strikes on LaHare.
And if you look down the other side, they think he's going to pull the ball completely. Look where David Wright is, how far he is off the third base bag. Jose Reyes really shaded up the middle.
Pulls another one foul.
They're staying in. They're staying with the scout reporter. They're playing him to pull. They're pitching him to pull. They get him out. With anything away, it's got to be something that's in the dirt very slow or something very hard up to give the left fielder time to run over underneath a high fly ball. Terry Collins knows the report, even though the young man hasn't been in the big leagues very often. Word gets around.
Rips a ball to deep right field. And it's going to be off the wall on the fly. LaHare is on his way to second base and in there with a double that he earned. A good at bat.
I'll tell you what, the first thing I notice about this young man, or I should say middle-aged man in baseball, is that he's got a short, quick swing. And it might be the fact that he doesn't have the most athletic-looking body or stride as he runs this double out, but you watch, ball down the middle, he makes him pay on the mistake, but look how short and compact this swing is. Good separation, quick to the ball, firm front side, as Bobby always points out on the great swings, and very good balance. And he drove that ball a long way, because remember, this place plays big. That's a home run 90% of the big league stadiums.
LaHare is now 8 for 17 since the Cubs brought him up. Here's Carlos Pena. Big swing and a miss, 0-1.
Well, the pitch that he hit looked like the pitch they were staying away from the entire at-bat, the fastball out over the plate. They were trying to crowd him with a fastball, throwing breaking balls inside. They rushed one up and away, but that last ball that was hit, good hitters hit mistakes, and that was a mistake right down the middle.
And perhaps LaHare will be given a chance to be the Cubs' first baseman next year, especially if Carlos Pena is not retained. He's up at the end of the season, just signed a one-year deal with the Cubs. And now he drills a ball to deep right field. Also off the wall on the fly. LaHare in to score. Pena takes advantage of the big carom, and he'll be into third base with an RBI triple.
You get it towards the middle of the plate, whether it's a fastball to LaHare or a breaking ball to Pena. The Cubs right now, right off the top of the bat, are not letting him get away with any mistakes. First two hitters get out. That's the ball to LaHare, up and slightly out over the plate. And this, a breaking ball almost in the same exact place and almost hit in the same exact place. The 3-4 hitters of the Cubs put a tally on the board.
Third triple of the season for Pena, RBI number 75. LaHare in to score after his double, and here's Tyler Colvin. Colvin in right field tonight, a young man who hit 20 home runs for the Cubs a year ago. But this year struggled early, sent down to the minors, recently brought back, but as you can see, hitting just a .147. And he's popped it up. Inning over. The Cubs strike early and lead 1-0 through half an inning here at Citi Field.
What do you think?
We'd have to get all new appliances.
We'll just go to the warehouse stores. Pick out everything you want. The sink's ringing. Hello?
You think those guys have everything you want? Consider this your wake-up call. Only Sears has Kenmore in all 10 of the top 10 brands. The other guys don't even carry all top 3. I hope you brought an umbrella, because it's raining cold, hard facts up in here.
Thinking about buying appliances somewhere else? Think again. Sears.
Phone retract.
Just a tank full of gas away, there's an ocean that wants you to hear its roar. A river ready to take you on an adventure, or a lake waiting to share its serenity. To get you there and back, there's us, with quality gasoline and all the food and drinks you need to get you where you want to be. America, beautiful in so many different ways.
Some powerful shots from Queens, the borough in which we are right now here at Citi Field. Throughout Queens, the memory of 9/11 is painted brightly. You saw Engine 289 Ladder 138, known as the Corona Tigers. That station just 2 miles from Citi Field. We'll be taking a look at life with respect to 9/11 in all 5 boroughs over the course of the evening. To the bottom of the first here at Citi Field, the Cubs lead the Mets 1-0. Sunday night baseball on ESPN. And here come the Mets as they try to win this series. Each team has 1-1 so far. The Mets hoping to finish at the 500 mark on the season. They are 3 games under right now at 71 and 74. Jose Reyes will lead it off against Matt Garza. Reyes is the leading hitter in the National League right now, hitting .333. And no New York Met has ever won a batting title.
They've never thrown a no-hitter, never had a batting title. Jose's going for one of the duo.
We'd have a story if he threw a no-hitter.
You know, and he's playing about 75%,
Yep.
Dan. He's not running as hard, so the stolen base championship is out of realm, but he can still get the triples crown.
Lines it into right field. That's a base hit. That'll help that batting average a little bit. Let's check out the starting lineup now for the New York Mets. Presented by Taco Bell. You have seen Reyes. Ruben Tejada will bat second and play second tonight. Lucas Duda, a hot hitter in right field, batting third. David Wright, the third baseman, hitting cleanup. Angel Pagan in center field, batting fifth. And another hot hitter, Jason Bay, in left field. Nick Evans at first base, batting seventh. Ronnie Polino will catch. And Miguel Batista on the mound. Here is Tejada. A young player getting a big chance to play here in the late stages of the 2011 season, whether it was at short when Reyes was out or at second now that Reyes is back. Makes it inside, ball one, and the feeling, Bobby, is that Tejada is going to be a starter for the New York Mets next year. It's just a question of whether or not Reyes is back that will determine if he's the shortstop or the second baseman.
Exactly, Dan. He'll be at shortstop if Jose isn't here, and he'll be at second if he is. He handles the bat very well. He's still a very young player who's learning at the major league level.
Pops it up back of first. A long run for Barney, who makes a sliding catch in foul territory. On the mound tonight for the Chicago Cubs, Bulldog Matt Garza.
And Matt has won 2 consecutive starts. He's starting to look like the ace we talked about in the open. He's had 6 starts where he's left the game with a lead, so don't let that 8-10 record fool you. He also has a 1-0 loss, a complete game. But his pitch this year that has really changed him is his wipeout slider. The slider has really become his out pitch.
Here's Lucas Duda, the right fielder for the Mets tonight, hitting .281 on the season and hot lately. First pitch swinging, fly ball center field. Campana 2 down.
And Darwin Barney got a very good jump on the pop fly from Tejada and went into foul territory knowing the fast runner is on first base, Reyes, and as he slides to make this catch, he comes up throwing quickly just in case Reyes is tagging up and having second thoughts about getting to second base. Darwin Barney's a complete ball player. Mike Quaddy thinks he got a little worn down here late in the season. His bat has slowed up a little, but he plays the game the way you want a young player to play.
David Wright, the batter, takes down and in ball one. The Cubs lead 1-0. Runner at first, 2 down for the Mets here in the bottom of the first. And here's Wright, who lost so much time due to injury this season, a stress fracture in his back. Came back and was National League Player of the Week a week ago. Lays off the breaking ball, 2-0.
They really played David DePaul in the infield. We talked about different ways that the Mets were playing their infield. DePaul right here, David being played around to the left side.
And the outfield made an adjustment after two balls, no strikes, with Campagna moving from right center field to straight up. So now they have a straight up alignment in the outfield where David really peppers that right center field alley on fastballs, especially someone who throws as hard as Garza does.
Let's see if Terry Collins turns him loose. Inside, ball 4. So 2 on with 2 out here in the bottom of the first, and Garza now will have to deal with Angel Pagan, the Mets center fielder. Pagan, a guy who had a big year for the Mets a year ago, has not been able to reproduce those numbers, hitting .263. Does have terrific speed, 30 stolen bases on the season. And a strike. The Mets, of course, lost Daniel Murphy for so much time, lost David Wright for so much time. Ike Davis, the first baseman, out with a bone bruise in his ankle for several months. Reyes was on the DL twice. Among the many injuries that they have suffered, yet they are still a very respectable 6th in the National League in runs scored.
And at the trading deadline, of course, trading away one of their most consistent offensive players, Carlos Beltran, who went to San Francisco and came up lame there.
A deal that didn't work out for the Giants as Arizona, although they lost today, the Diamondbacks running away with the National League West, 8.5 up. Reyes at second, Wright at first, 2 down. And a ball and 2 strikes on Pagan.
Now don't be surprised if Garza doesn't go to that slider with a left-handed hitter up there. There's only one other slider in Major League Baseball in 2-strike counts that gets more strikeouts, and that's CC Sabathia, and that's left on left. So left-handed hitters against Matt Garza's right-handed slider, he's very effective with it.
Down and in.
Well, left that one a little bit too far out over the plate, and Pagan lines it into the right field corner. 1 run in to score. Wright will be held at third on the double by Pagan that has tied the game.
That's great, Earl, where you know the right pitch at the right time, but it's still executing the pitch into the right place.
And one thing that happens with big league hitters, they read the scouting report, they know exactly what we know, and when they know that, they are green lighted, they read the pitch, and if you make a mistake, sometimes they hit it more often. And what you need to do is throw the slider that they expect, but you put it in a hard place to hit. 2 different ways to pitch. Tell them what's coming and throw it in a hard place to hit, or mix them up and they don't know what's coming, make it hard to hit.
RBI number 54 on the season for Pagan. He's just 2 back of the team leader. The guy at the plate right now, Jason Bay, has 56, and he has been hot lately after struggling mightily for most of the season. Bay is on a tear right now, as you can see.
He has been so Jekyll and Hyde this year. He's been so hot and then so cold. He's hit 150 for 3 weeks and 450 for 3 weeks. Very difficult to plan around a guy who's been as unpredictable as Jason Bay.
A little bit inside, 2 balls and a strike. We should say that Bay is the leader on the team in RBIs among those currently with the team. Beltran had more, no longer with the team, but you know, they expected bigger numbers from a number of guys. Takes it low, 3 balls and a strike. So if they could turn all those Hydes into consistent Jekylls and keep them healthy, maybe there's something here, right?
Well, he'd also go back up in the order, right, Bobby? The guys that are inconsistent like this have to hit from the 5th hole down.
Exactly. But there are a lot of parts out there. They just don't blend together very well.
Takes the walk, and the bases are loaded. So a frustrating start to the night for Garza. He's given up 2 hits, 2 walks, and a run already, trying to win his 3rd consecutive start. His biggest problem this year has been leaving with leads and the bullpen not holding them. He's only got 8 wins on the season, but he's pitched a whole lot better than that. Looks like either Coy Hill or Carlos Pena said something maybe to loosen him up a little bit. And you know what, Oral, with the emotion that Matt Garza has on the mound, that might not be the worst thing.
He has a burning fire within him, and it usually builds into anger that can really sabotage his outings, and they were out there on top of it right there. He's a little frustrated from a double with a slider that's normally an out pitch to a lefty. It looks like the meeting has composed him. It's a better look in his eyes right now.
Nick Evans, the batter, and a fastball right down the middle for a strike. Evans again with Ike Davis out, getting a chance to play a lot. He's at first base, hitting .270 on the season. Garza's stuff, Oral, ace material?
Oh, I think it definitely is. I think the emotions are the thing that you wait for him to grow. He's 4 games under 500 in his career, but that's not all attributed to him. He's played for some teams that have not scored him many runs, and a bullpen that has really let him down.
A little bit low, ball 2.
That's a pitch right there in the present tense that he has to shake off. He had the disappointment coming into this at bat. Looked like the first 3 pitches he squared away. Now he gets squeezed a little bit on a 1-1 pitch, take it to 2-1. He's got to stay here focused in the present tense and execute the pitch.
Ball 3.
Hasn't made the adjustment with his fastball away from the third base side of the ball zone. He should be trying to hit that outside corner to right-handers. The ball might be coming back to the middle of the plate a little more, but at least he'd get a strike and not get behind as he is right here.
To right field, and backing up to make the catch is Colvin. Garza gets out of it, allowing just 1 run as the Mets leave him loaded in the bottom of the first.
Everybody does something different to ensure they're in the right state of mind on fantasy football draft day. In our league, Johnny always wears his high school jersey. Sam clears his mind with yoga. So I decided I needed to do something to get myself in the right state of mind. Conduct my draft in the bath.
ESPN Fantasy Football. It's not too late to sign up for free.
Dude, you're leaking. Yeah, I'm on it.
It's the Iowa Lottery's Great State Tailgate Promotion. Your scratch ticket could win up to $10,000. Join our free VIP club at ialottery.com to enter non-winning tickets for a chance to win an ultimate tailgating trailer with HD TV, satellite, even a grill. Custom finished to cheer on your team. 5 $1,000 prizes too. See the trailer in person at this great Iowa college football game. Then get your ticket for a chance to win. It's the Iowa Lottery's Great State Tailgate. Woohoo!
Skimping to save money on your phone bill?
Can you hear me? Hello?
Upgrade your life with Mediacom Phone. Get all the bells and whistles without busting your pocketbook. Enjoy advanced features like caller ID, call waiting, call forwarding, and more. And Mediacom Phone includes unlimited nationwide calling, all for just $9.95 a month for a year. So stop skimping and start talking for less with Mediacom Phone.
Hey, can I call you back?
Call 1-877-822-2253 and upgrade your life today.
Fly, period.
The George Washington Bridge, how you get from New Jersey back into Manhattan. And as you cross the bridge, all of a sudden the skyline of Manhattan becomes visible. And this was a drive that Bobby Valentine of the New York Mets took on the afternoon of September the 12th, 2001. The Mets had been in Pittsburgh on 9/11. Games were canceled. The next day, you and the team, Bobby, bust back to New York City. What are your thoughts? What are your recollections?
Well, the recollections were just as my wife was remembering with me today, that we were about 5 miles from the bridge when we first got to our first sight across the river to Manhattan. and the entire skyline of Manhattan was covered with this black soot. And as we approached the bridge, the smell of whatever it was that was burning permeated the entire bus. Everyone was totally silent. Everyone was people were crying, and there was a silent ride from that point on the bridge to Shea Stadium, 30 minutes away. We got into our cars, and everyone went home to what they felt was the safe place.
Now, like everyone else, you and your team had been watching everything that was going on television while you were in Pennsylvania, but just the stark reality of seeing it in person just took it to a whole other level, right?
Smelling it. Yep. You were there. It was part of you all of a sudden, rather than being a television show that you were watching or someone reliving it over the phone to you. You were now inside of it rather than outside of it.
As you look down to Lower Manhattan now tonight, a live shot, and we saw this last night, tribute in light. Lights going up from the footprints of where the two buildings of the World Trade Center stood, and this is the live shot of the World Trade Center site where it was officially unveiled for family members of those who died on 9/11. The two reflecting pools and the footprints of the two buildings, and well under construction, now 80 stories high with many more to come, is One World Trade Center, which will be a building that is taller than either of the two former buildings there, the two towers were. It will symbolically be 1,776 feet. And Oral, you were talking about how business is coming back at Lower Manhattan, population is coming back. There's really been incredible work done down there.
The population has actually tripled since September 11th. And I'll tell you what, Bobby, how is that drive now when you come over the bridge now?
I can't make the drive without having to step right back into that moment on the 12th of September when we drove back. Sometimes you almost could taste it on your tongue, that the smell is ever with you.
Dan Shulman and Bobby Valentine, Oral Hershiser, Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN, the 10-year anniversary of 9/11. And Bobby, as we have mentioned, was the manager of the Mets 10 years ago on September the 11th, 2001. I know one of the first things you did when you got back to New York City is you got the New York Mets very involved in relief efforts. Can you tell us a little bit what you recall about what happened on the 13th, 14th, 15th, and so on?
Well, actually, I had a good friend who was on the 101st floor or 104th floor of Building 2, Chris Quackenbush, who was missing after the first day that we returned. And I got in my car.
Barney grounds one to short, and the Mets will turn the double play.
And I was going to go down to ground zero to see if I could help with the rescue effort. And on the way, I heard on the radio that Shea Stadium was now going to be a spot for supplies to be dropped off and then delivered to ground zero. And instead of going into Manhattan, I wound up at Shea Stadium, where Sue Lucci and Kevin McCarthy, the stadium operations managers, were in full gear, unloading and packing and stacking and delivering supplies of medical supplies and water supply and T-shirts and jeans. And it was the most phenomenal human resource combine and a spontaneous combine that I ever witnessed. There were people from all over the country driving in with their cars full of T-shirts and gauze pads and food and shoes and socks, and it went on. And by 3 days later, we had what looked like an outdoor Home Depot of supplies that we kept running back and forth in these small vehicles that could navigate the south part of Manhattan.
Coy Hill grounds out, and the inning is over. We will go to the bottom of the second. More thoughts from our friend Bobby Valentine and what went on in the aftermath of 9/11, the involvement that he and the Mets had outside Shea Stadium and down at ground zero as well when we come back.
There's some baseball moments you just never forget.
We have a big 3-2 pitch coming here. Swings and a fly ball to deep right field. It's gonna be a home
And by building fields across this country, Chevrolet is proud to support youth baseball and the unforgettable moments still to come. Go to ChevyBaseball.com to see the fields we build in communities just like yours.
Now use your Lowe's consumer credit card to get 5% off every day. Or choose special financing on purchases of $299 or more. Experience Lowe's. Let's build something together.
Look at that guy. He's like a caged animal, out of his cage. He says you ought to tap out, apply the mercy rule, and that he'd totally understand if you wanted to forfeit now and go bra shopping with your sister. But you've been patient, and you've learned what he likes to call on third down. So you're just a few sacks away from taking his mercy rule and shoving it right in his.
Madden NFL 12. Find a rival and then own him. Rated E for everyone. EA Sports. It's in the game.
PlayStation.
And welcome back to Citi Field here in New York. Dan Shulman to Bobby Valentine, Oral Hershiser. Sunday Night Baseball presented by Taco Bell on ESPN. The Cubs and the Mets are tied at 1. So many memories as you look around this ballpark. You can't help but notice that the flags and the hats and the T-shirts and the signs and everything else around Citi Field, virtually everybody in this ballpark, you would have to think, affected in some way by the events of 10 years ago. So many first responders, so many members of the police department, fire department, paramedics, Port Authority, police officers, Department of Sanitation, and on it goes here at the ballpark. And by the way, the Mets opened up the doors that all members, all service people and their families allowed free into the game here tonight. We go to the bottom of the second inning, and Ronnie Paulino is going to lead it off against Matt Garza. Paulino, the catcher, hitting 8th, batting .276 on the season. Just settling into the booth now is the first of our guest members of the 2001 New York Mets. Just getting him hooked up on a headset right now. Todd Zeile, who played for Bobby here in New York. And the 1-1 fouled off, 1-2. How are you, Todd?
Being way too kind, Bobby. Thank you. Just don't make me comment on baseball.
Been away for a couple years. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we appreciate you joining us a great deal, Todd, on a very emotional and difficult night for so many people, including, you know, those of you who were affected, those of you who were in the New York City area in the aftermath of the events of 9/11. And Bobby was just talking just before you got here about the bus ride back from Pittsburgh, crossing the George Washington Bridge, and just how chilling that was for everybody.
Yeah, I think most of the guys that were a part of that bus ride remember two things about it. The conversation from Pittsburgh to New York was different than any other conversation you saw on a major league bus. And then the absolute silence that fell upon the bus when we started crossing the bridge. Everybody got to the right side of the bus, looked downtown, saw smoke and flames, and we could smell the electrical burning smell in the air. And that was the most silent bus period I've ever experienced.
Paulino with a grounder to short, 1 down. I know it didn't take long until the Mets got very involved, and another story that Bobby told us over the last couple of days about your involvement had to do with the NYPD and the FDNY caps that you guys wore.
Yeah, I mean, that was something that really became a sort of a part of the unity of the team for the remainder of the season. And it kind of happened by accident. There was a kid that was, a son of one of the firefighters that had been struck down, and I met him and I exchanged hats with him, and he gave me a hat that he had from his dad, and then I had it, and we took it, and then we went down to ground zero, and same kind of thing. We took hats down there. Bobby was with us down there, and every time we'd give a hat to one of the guys down there, their eyes would light up, and they wanted to give something back. So we started exchanging hats and T-shirts, and that became synonymous with what we were feeling was a way to attach ourselves to the city and what was going on.
And we just saw David Wright wearing, I think it was an NYPD. I just got a quick glimpse of it. NYPD had the, as we mentioned a little bit earlier, Major League Baseball said that the players are not allowed to wear those hats.
They told Todd that too.
They told, yeah,
they told Todd
you
that too.
You just defied it, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, well,
did you have a little meeting with David before the game?
Yeah, well, I think David feels the way a lot of guys feel, which is, look, Major League Baseball, I think, can consider bending the rules for a day like today. And obviously, we mentioned this before. I got attributed, the quote was attributed to me, but it was really a collective, unified thought from the team, which is MLB said to us at that time we went back to Pittsburgh to play, you can wear them for the opening ceremony, but you take them off before you take the field. And we said, look, if you think we're going to take the hats off, you're going to have to come down here and tear them off our heads. And we really, literally felt that way. And we wore them every game the rest of that season.
Well, I don't know if anybody's going to take the field with the hats on. So far, we've just seen David Wright kind of dipping his toe in the water, wearing it in the dugout during the game. So we'll see how that goes. What do you remember thinking, and we're going to talk when Mike Piazza joins us more about this, but resuming play on the 17th and then coming back home to play on the 21st?
They're a totally different animal. I think when we resumed play on the 17th back in Pittsburgh, hardly any of us wanted to go there. I mean, I think we still felt like maybe this is too fresh. Why were we even playing? And it also was a reminder to us of where we were when the attacks occurred. So there wasn't a lot of heart in it. And honestly, I don't have the same feeling or memory. I remember the hat incident, but it was a completely different animal than coming back here to play.
Reyes grounds out. Todd, thank you for joining us. I know a lot of memories coming back, and we thank you for sharing your memories.
My pleasure.
With us
Thanks
tonight.
for letting me sneak in for a few minutes.
Thank you. Todd Zeal joining us here in the booth. We'll take a break. Cubs and Mets as we roll on here at Citi Field.
Be amazed for 99 cents. Our 99-cent chicken flatbread sandwiches, now in 2 bold flavors, only at Taco Bell.
This is the network. A living, breathing intelligence that's helping people rethink how they live. In here, video games are not confined to screens.
Excuse me. Hi. My grandfather lived in this village.
Mio nonno viveva in questo villaggio.
In here, everyone speaks the same language. In here, cars call mechanics before you do.
Pass me the
In
patient.
here, doctors see you before you get to the hospital.
No, we didn't have it. Yeah, we're looking at.
In here, friends leave you messages written in the air.
What's the word there?
It's the AT&T network, a network of possibilities. And what's possible in here is almost impossible to say.
The most legroom per dollar of any car in America. From $10,990. The all-new Nissan Versa sedan. Innovation upsized. Innovation for all.
I'm not a morning person. Janie, though, happy, active. It's not natural. At least I used to think that. Then I found 5-Hour Energy. I couldn't believe the difference it made. Amazing. Coffee never did this for me.
What are you doing?
Had a 5-Hour Energy. Thought I'd join you. Janie really noticed. Am I a morning person now? I'd say we're on speaking terms, which is more than I can say about
5-Hour Energy, the cure for mornings.
Monday, it's back to football as Tom Brady leads the explosive Patriots against Reggie Bush and the rival Dolphins. Then the Raiders take on the Broncos. A special ESPN Monday Night Football doubleheader starting at 7.
ESPN Sunday Night Baseball is presented by Taco Bell. Think outside the bun. Welcome back to Citi Field. The Chicago Cubs and the New York Mets are tied at 1 as we go to the top of the 3rd on Sunday Night Baseball. on the 10-year commemoration of 9/11. We are here in New York City. Matt Garza, the pitcher for the Cubs, will lead it off against Miguel Batista. And a fastball in for a strike to Garza. Garza is hitting just over 100 this year, 109 on the season, 6 for 55. And a big rip at it, fouled it off. It's 0-2. After Garza, back to the top of the order for Starlin Castro and then Tony Campana.
Well, this is a guy with a great arm, with a bat in his hands right now. And do you see any comparison between him this year and Justin Verlander a few years ago, when people are saying, what an arm, he's just missing, he's fighting himself, he's just not doing what he can do? Do you think he could take that step?
I would hope. I would think it'd be more mental or an emotional step for him for sure. I think the fact that Matt Garza is now has the mantle with the Carlos Zambrano situation, that he's no longer with the Cubs, at least right now, and that Matt Garza has the arm and the stuff, the breaking ball, the changeup. It's just the mental, emotional makeup, the concentration, and the finishing off of a pitcher. He's only 27 years old, 50 and 54 career.
He's thrown a no-hitter, has won ALCS MVP 3 years ago with the Rays when they defeated the Red Sox. Castro with a slowly hit ground ball to second. There's one, and on to first in time for the 4-6-3 double play. Now, in between innings, before the game, let's start there. There was a ceremony with a number of former Mets, Todd Zeile, Mike Piazza, John Franco, etc., down on the field. Duty called for Bobby on the television side, so Bobby could not be part of the on-field ceremony, but was honored in between innings here at Citi Field, as he was shown on the video scoreboard and announced here to the crowd at Citi Field. And one thing I'm going to say about Bobby that I know he wouldn't say about himself, we talked about all the service that he and the Mets performed in the aftermath of 9/11. In 2002, Bobby was honored with a Branch Rickey Award, which is for outstanding community service. Only one person in baseball gets it every year, and you got it in 2002. So you have talked about a group effort, and it was an incredible group effort, but you were spearheading a lot of that effort when it comes to the New York Mets, and a lot of people have you to thank.
Thanks, Dan. There was a lot of giving out there, and there was a lot of need, and I was glad that I was able to give, and I was glad that I was with people. Todd Zeile, who just saw the New York Mets, a guy named Jay Horowitz, the New York Met organization, who just never stopped, wanted to do as much as we can do to heal as many wounds as possible. And today, the Mets continue on the Tuesday's Children, where Jay Horowitz, sponsored by Jeff Wilpon, every Tuesday of every month of a homestand, they take in some of the families of those who are affected by this tragedy. Tuesday's Children, it's called, and we thank Jay for that. We thank Jeff Wilpon for that, and here they are in Shea Stadium, continuing today 10 years later.
The organization provides coping and life management skills, mental health support, and family engagement opportunities for those affected not only by 9/11 but by all terrorist activities, and a lot of the children, teenagers of the Tuesday's Children charity were at the game. They were unfurling the flag on the field. They were walking hand in hand out onto the field with Cub players and Met players prior to the game. Runner goes, late throw, not nearly in time as Campana steals it. You mentioned Jay Horowitz, one of our favorites, one of everybody's favorites. Jay recently suffered a severely broken ankle, is in hospital right now, I believe scheduled to have surgery tomorrow. The longtime public relations director of the New York Mets, such a great person, as you mentioned. So Jay, if you're watching here tonight, we miss you. Get well soon.
Is he a vice president, Bobby?
He's the man. I mean, he really gave his heart, his soul, his energy, his wherewithal, and continues to do it. Now that the Giant game's over, I know he's watching us.
And a lot of the ideas for all the different things that happen around the Mets and their involvement with September 11th started with him, but he would not take a lot of the credit.
Never took the credit. And, you know, if we were at a funeral, if we were at the Armory, if we were having Christmas parties, it was all inspired by Jay.
Runner at second, 2 down, tied at 1. LaHare is the batter, doubled and scored in the first inning.
I know you mentioned a couple people from operations that really never left Shea Stadium for days on end, that slept here and were here 24 hours a day.
Yeah, Kevin McCarthy was the head at that time with his assistant Sue Lucci, who's now the, I believe, head of operations here at Citi Field, and they gave more in 2 weeks than most people could give in a lifetime.
How did the parking lot work and stay organized in such chaos? And how was there ranking of who was in charge?
It was organized confusion for sure. They had the vehicles that were able to, the forklifts and the little vehicles that they would drive around. I kind of had the big mouth and was doing things amazingly. 10 years later, yeah, the boxes were piled and the water was stacked.
John Franco there?
Yeah, John Franco's there. You'll see all of the guys out here. Edgardo Alfonso. This was after a practice before we went on to Pittsburgh. Guys came out, spent 3 hours. One night at 4 o'clock in the morning, we got 40 Hells Angels on bikes with leather and chains and tattoos. And they said, hey, I hear you need some help. It was one of the most amazing scenes I ever participated in. And we were fatigued. We were at the end of our rope. The volunteers were coming in. People said, hey, I work downtown. I want to help. They'd stay 4 or 5 hours, then they'd leave. And all of a sudden, we got a shipment from Atlantic City of these sealed flashlights that no one could open. You know, you can't, you know, that plastic seal, you can't get them open no matter what you're doing. And lo and behold, here come the Hells Angels in with their leather and their pocket knives. And it became a kumbaya for 6 hours at Shea parking lot of taking the plastic, taking the flashlights out, the batteries in, loading them into the back seats of these police cars that had their back seats taken out, and they were taking them down the Ground Zero. It was one of the most amazing events of my lifetime. 5 hours being spent with people that I didn't look like, I didn't talk like, but we had the same heart and the same caring attitude to do the right thing.
And so many stories just like that. And I know as we talked over the course of the week, Bobby, getting ready for this telecast, remembering September 11th, incredibly important, necessary, but remembering what came out of September the 11th, the resilience, the teamwork, the compassion, the resolve of people is just as important to you.
Totally important. And that people who had never given before decided it was time to give. People who did not share before decided to share for the first time. And those who were giving and sharing when 9/11 came gave and shared more. It was the days of our lives to remember that we can do things if we work together. We can overcome fear. We can overcome the disappointment of being attacked and feeling like we were vulnerable for the first time in our lives. And now all of a sudden we were healing and getting stronger again.
First and third, 2 down. The shift is on with Carlos Pena at the plate. And he'll take ball 1 as now Miguel Batista is struggling with his command. He's hit 2 and walked 1 this inning. And there are people I know that you did not know before 9/11, that you met one way or the other because of 9/11, and you are still, and they are still intimately involved in each other's lives.
Indeed, Dan. One family in particular, the Conroy family from Brooklyn, USA, entered my life about 2 weeks after 9/11. They allowed me to be part of their life, and they've blessed me every day since by allowing me to be their friend and share with me the things that only families share, and I've been blessed with that.
I know Mike Piazza has a similar story to tell. So many people do in the aftermath of 9/11.
How do you keep the balance, Bobby, between moving on and going to normalcy and remembering in the proper way?
Well, you know, you could be normal, but you don't have to forget. Our commander-in-chief said that we shall never forget, and we should never forget. And it's in many people's minds, but it's also in many people's broken hearts because they've lost someone that was dear to them. So we must understand that because it's the 10th anniversary or the 20th anniversary, the 30th anniversary, that those wounds are still there that need continuing healing.
And we saw that today at the memorial site, the tribute in light that we see down at the World Trade Center site, as you see the lights and the footprints of where the towers used to be, the opening of the reflective pools today, for families today, for the public tomorrow as they continue to rebuild down in Lower Manhattan. Today, Major League Baseball, all 30 clubs and our players pause to remember those who lost their lives and loved ones as a result of the events of September the 11th, 2001. We pay tribute to the men and women who continue to serve our country and honor our pledge made 10 years ago. We shall not forget. And certainly that took place here at Citi Field tonight, and also in the other 14 major league stadiums where there were pregame ceremonies in all of them before the games that were played today. The bases are loaded now for the Cubs. With 2 outs, tied at 1. The batter is Tyler Colvin. Well, the Cubs have struggled in many areas this year, and they would love to rectify one problem they've had right now. They have not hit a grand slam this year. Not only have they not hit a grand slam, the only team, they've given up more grand slams than any other team in baseball. Maybe Colvin is the guy to hit their first grand slam of the season right here.
Well, you mentioned his anemic batting average at 147 coming into the game. He's a much better hitter than that. Most of his problems has been mental. It'd be so good for him to get that grand slam, first one for a Cub this year, and maybe get his mind straight going into next season.
They always say hitting is contagious, even for an individual. Teams and individuals.
A little bit outside, 2 balls and a strike. Got to be tough as a struggling hitter, though. You come up to the plate and you look up at a larger than life image of yourself on this huge scoreboard in center field with the 1-4-6 there staring you in the face. I mean, you got to be mentally strong to block that out, right?
Well, one of the first things you do as a coach, and Bobby knows this as a manager, is you tell them not to look.
Sure. So as soon as you say, don't look at the scoreboard, you'll look at the scoreboard.
Immediately.
Yeah, your eyes always gravitate to that. Even when you get on base and they recalculate your batting average, you know you're not supposed to look, but you always take a peek.
Yeah.
Some of the ballparks are now updating the ERA of the pitcher batter by batter as well. And that can really fluctuate. You give up a 3-run homer or a grand slam, and that can change in a hurry.
Strike to ball ratios on the scoreboard now, the velocity of your pitches, the naming of a pitch a lot of places. You can get analysis or paralysis by analysis, right, in the midst of competition when you have that many things coming at you, what you've just done and what the result is and how it calculates into your season.
Bases loaded, 2 down, tied at 1, 2-2 the count on Colvin. Into right center field, it'll drop and it'll score 2 runs. Well, it's not quite that elusive grand slam the Cubs are hoping for, but it's a big 2-run single for a guy who needed a base hit, and the Cubs lead 3-1.
I've always been a fan of keeping the ball down to the weaker hitters, because when the weaker hitter hits it bad, it falls in front of the outfielder when it's hit in the air. When he hits it on the ground, it's so slow it can't get through the infield. So when you make a mistake up to hitters that you really should get out,
you see, he makes good enough contact to get that base hit. And you saw that elbow come in, you saw the bat coming up, you saw the vibration of the bat and ball contact, which is always a very violent contact. And Tyler's feeling a little better about that 148 batting average now.
150, they're telling us. All the way up to 150.
Nice.
Yeah. And again, a guy who hit 20 home runs last year, and they think he's part of their future, and he's getting a chance to play on a fairly regular basis here in September with the Cubs playing out the string. They're taking A look at some players who they hope can be a part of their plan in 2012. And maybe this guy can. Third baseman DJ LeMahieu out of LSU. The Cubs' leading run producer this year almost every year is Aramis Ramirez, but he might not be back next year. The Cubs have an option at $16 million on him or a $2 million buyout, one of their big decisions heading into the offseason. If they do not retain Ramirez, maybe LeMahieu gets a look. Mike Piazza put a number of the young players in the lineup here tonight and has tried to work them in as much as he can. LeMahieu hitting .275, hit over 300 at stops at both AA and AAA this season.
There's an old adage that you can't be fooled by call-ups in September, but a good evaluator sitting in the dugout like Mike Piazza can watch these young players play at this level and have a better idea of what they might be able to do going into the future next year.
And if you tie a September and then a spring training together, doesn't that give you a little bit more evidence? Because both spring training and September are kind of on the same level, but this is a little better because you have the triple-decker stadiums and you can't see the sky until your head is almost straight up. You get to look at the character and the nerves a little better here in September.
Indeed, and you get to see how a player acts within the team, on the bench, out on the field, and in the clubhouse. You know how they travel together, how they work together. You start to get an idea of how a player might be able to fit in with the group moving forward.
Down and away, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Batista this inning has hit 2, walked 2, given up a hit, and thrown a wild pitch as right-hander DJ Carrasco gets up in the pen.
That's a lot of the columns there, Dan.
That's a lot. This will be his 30th pitch of this inning. Remember, he got the double play this inning. There were 2 outs and nobody on, and then the trouble began anew. Ground ball to third. And the inning is over. The Cubs, though, get 2. They lead 3-1. A big part of the pregame ceremony, as mentioned, the relatives and loved ones of people who perished on 9/11. Tuesday's children on the field before the game, helping to unfurl the Stars and Stripes.
Go live from ESPN. You can catch every incredible upset and every wild finish as it happens. Saturdays noon to midnight. Available on Time Warner Cable, Verizon Fios, and Bright House Networks, and streaming live on Watch ESPN.
You never know when a moment might turn into something more. And when it does, men with erectile dysfunction can be more confident in their ability to be ready with Cialis for daily use. Cialis for daily use is a clinically proven low-dose tablet you take every day, so you can be ready anytime the moment's right.
Tell your doctor about all your medical conditions and medications, and ask if your heart is healthy enough for sexual activity.
Don't take Cialis if you take nitrates for chest pain, as this may cause an unsafe drop in blood pressure.
Do not drink alcohol in excess with Cialis. Side effects may include headache, upset stomach, delayed backache, or muscle ache. To avoid long-term injury, seek immediate medical help for an erection lasting more than 4 hours. If you have any sudden decrease or loss in hearing or vision, stop taking Cialis and call your doctor right away.
Ask your doctor if Cialis for daily use is right for you. For a 30-tablet free trial offer, go to Cialis.com.
So, what do you think?
I'm not crazy about these Kitchen's light too fixtures. small. What's next?
607 Franklin Street. Sea bass. I like it.
Yeah, I love the kitchen.
The EPA estimated 42 mpg highway Chevy Cruze Eco. Perfect for finding your way home.
Succeeding in today's market requires more than wishful thinking. It requires determination and decisive action. I go to E-Trade and get unbiased analyst ratings and 24/7 help from award-winning customer support to take control of my finances and my life. I tap into the power of revolutionary mobile apps to trade wherever, whenever. Life isn't fully experienced sitting idly by. Neither is investing.
Shots taken this weekend from Brooklyn. As we continue to show you life in all 5 boroughs of New York City. Brooklyn Dodger hats in the house, Oral. It's got to ring a little bit true to you as an LA Dodger. It's your ancestral team right there, if you will.
You can see where the colors originated.
Yeah. Ruben Tejada lines a ball into right center field. It'll drop for a base hit, and the leadoff man is aboard here in the bottom of the 3rd. And I think one of the nice things as we see the images from all 5 boroughs is, and certainly Bobby, you managed here. Oral, you did play here. You were a Met, played under Bobby for a year, and obviously played against the Mets and Yankees for many, many years. Is the toughness and resiliency of New Yorkers, and I don't know if we can say life has returned to normal. There's a new normal, but life has become as normal as it can be for people in this city.
I think so. I think coming back here that the city is better and stronger. I think it's cleaner. I think what Mayor Giuliani did when he had his time here, this is just an exceptional place to come. And all the different people from pop culture after 9/11 pitched in with the Broadway coming back and all the artists coming back with songs and concerts and just the way everyone pitched in, and the greatness of New York has returned.
Lucas Duda is the batter. And there is no one thing that could make the memories go away or completely return to life to normal, especially in the immediate aftermath of 9/11. But it is not an understatement, especially when you talk to people who live here. It is not an understatement to say that baseball played a role in giving people a diversion, in giving them some normalcy, even if it was just for a brief moment or two. As Duda hits a fly ball into left center field for out number 1. Baseball was a diversion. Coming back to Shea Stadium on September the 21st was a diversion. The Yankees playing in the World Series that October was a diversion. It as much as was possible, baseball helped here, right?
Oh, without a doubt. It might have even been more than a diversion. It was a way that people could feel the way they felt before the tragedy, before that horrific act, before their families were torn apart or their fear was developed inside their heart, that they could get out here and cheer. And that's what Mike did with that home run. He allowed them, they gave him the moment to stand up and go back 10 days. This is the way I felt cheering for my hometown hero before the bad guys got here.
And Mike Piazza will join us in a couple of innings. Also John Franco, a longtime star with the Mets and a New York City guy, will join us in the 7th inning of tonight's game. Dan Schulman, Oral Hershiser, Bobby Valentine. Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN.
Well, Dan, what was really amazing about that situation is that at the Trade Center, over 100 countries were affected. There were people who died there from different countries all around the world. And baseball reflected that same kind of melting pot of people from all countries. We had Shinjo on our team from Japan. We had our Elgardo Esponzo, who's just outside, from Venezuela on our team. We had Armando Benitez saving that game on the 21st from the Dominican Republic. So we had Bruce Chen, who started that game from Taiwan. So, people could look at baseball and understand that this wasn't just, it is the American pastime, but it's the world sport. And we were a reflection of our community working together, pulling together. The other thing that was seen that I remember so much is when we actually hugged the opposition. The opposition happened to be the Atlanta Braves,
the arch rivals,
and I was hugging Bobby Cox, which I would never have dreamt of in my wildest dream before a game. And yet it was a sincere hug, one that I said, Bobby, we're in this together. Thank you for coming up, because there was a lot of doubt on whether or not the guys would show up in New York from another team, whether or not we should play, as Mike Piazza said in the pregame. There was that doubt. They all came. They came to play hard, but they came as Americans, and they came as Major League people playing together for the same reason.
Visiting players took to the skies, some of the first people to take back to the skies. And we thank those young gentlemen to continue to protect us.
David Wright strikes out for the second out. Angel Pagan is the batter. Major League Baseball resumed on the 17th, the Monday following the attacks. The first Major League game in New York City, and the first professional sporting event of any kind that came back to New York City, was on the 21st, 10 days after the attack, and that was when the New York Mets hosted the Atlanta Braves, in the game of which Bobby was speaking. Mike Piazza hit the big home run, and we'll visit with Piazza later on tonight to to reminisce about that emotional night. Pagan pops out, and the inning is over. 3-1 Cubs at the end of 3.
How would you like to win a free tank of gas? Better yet, how about a free tanker full of gas? Play Schumer's Tanker Full of Fuel giveaway now through October 20th, and you could win 7,000 gallons of gas or a loaded 2012 Ford Focus or $25,000 cash. 10 winners a week will win a $100 Casey's gas card. Earn entries based on play and use your entries for any of the drawings, including the grand prize drawing on October 20th. Play the Tanker Full of Fuel giveaway only at Vegas without the flight.
Is your enterprise-level business ready to go to the next level? Mediacom Business can take you there. With the power of our 100% fiber optic infrastructure, providing customized advanced data services to meet the needs of your industry. When you need the best, go straight to the top. Enterprise Solutions from Mediacom Business.
At USAA, we believe honor is not exclusive to the military, and commitment is not limited to one's military oath. The same set of values that drive our nation's military are the ones we used to build USAA Bank. From free checking to credit cards to loans, our commitment to the military, veterans, and their families is without equal. Visit us online to learn what makes our bank so different. USAA, we know what it means to serve.
The most headroom per dollar of any car in America from $10,990. The all-new Nissan Versa sedan. Innovation upsized. Innovation for all.
With Watch ESPN, I can soak up a full slate of college football wherever I wind down. Oh, yeah!
Watch ESPN.com and the Watch ESPN app. The ESPN networks, live anywhere.
ESPN Sunday Night Baseball, presented by Taco Bell, is brought to you by Budweiser. Great times are waiting. Grab some buds. Along with Bobby Valentine and Oral Hershiser, I'm Dan Schulman. Welcome back to Citi Field in New York, the 10th anniversary of 9/11. And again, flags, signs, emergency services personnel, first responders, families, just everywhere you look here at Citi Field tonight, pregame and during the game as well. The Cubs lead the Mets 3-1 as we go to the top of the 4th inning. So many great sentiments from the people who were here, so many of whom were affected, deeply affected by the events of 10 years ago. Miguel Batista, as we mentioned, at the time was a member of the Arizona Diamondbacks, as he misses low ball one to Darwin Barney. Barney will be followed by Coy Hill and Matt Garza, bottom third of the Cub lineup. Barney hooks one foul down the left field line. Batista, when he pitched with Arizona back in the 2001 World Series, he started Game 5 in New York against the Yankees and went 7 2/3 scoreless innings. But the Yankees eventually tied it on the Scott Brocious home run in the bottom of the 9th and won it on Alfonso Soriano, who's also in the ballpark tonight. Alfonso Soriano's game-winning hit in the 12th inning as the Yankees took a 3-2 lead in that World Series. Dropped by David Wright, and that'll cost him. And that will be his 3rd error in the last 2 games.
This is a ball that's hit right to David. He knows he has plenty of time because it's hit so hard. As he's making the exchange, he doesn't exchange. And because Darwin Barney always runs hard out of the box, even though his ball hit right to him, he beats it by a full stride.
And now a swing and a belt off the bat of Coy Hill to right field, caught by Duda. And Barney back into first ahead of the throw One down. Well, one thing around baseball that I think a lot of people have been taking notice of recently is what's going on in the American League East right now, where the Boston Red Sox lost again today. Tampa Bay beat them 9-1. The Rays are only 3.5 games back of the reeling Red Sox. John Lester got knocked around today. B.J. Upton had a big day for the Rays. The Yankees came back to beat the Angels today 6-5, so they're now 3.5 ahead of the Red Sox. But the Red Sox have some pitching injuries, and Kevin Youkilis is out, and they're just not playing good baseball right now. And, Oral, the Red Sox still have 4 games left with the Rays next weekend in Boston. This is getting interesting.
And they've got games with the Yankees,
Yep.
you see there, too. So it's not like your schedule gets easy in the American League East at any time, and especially when you're reeling with the injuries. Lackey not throwing the ball well. Lester gets knocked around. Beckett not healthy. So it could be interesting down the stretch.
And guys, you know, a manager always says, hey, this is the game we have to play. We play them one game at a time, la-di-da-di-da-di-da. But Joe Maddon, coming into this series, said, hey, listen, I know all the cliches. I know how to think. But we need to sweep this series to make it interesting. And, Dan, you said it's now interesting.
I'm not sure if interesting is the first word a Red Sox fan would use to describe what's going on right now. Red Sox Nation gets a little bit jittery at the best of times when when things are kind of on the cusp. And
You're trying to say they have a negative bent?
Their DNA predisposes them to worry. How's that?
And they have a lousy pitching staff right now. And that's a great reason to worry.
With Buchholz out and Beckett not sound and Lackey getting knocked around and Lester got hit today. Let's go down to Buster Olney with more.
And guys, while the Red Sox are having problems with their pitching, today the Tampa Bay Rays have announced that they are calling up Matt Moore, who's considered to be the best pitching prospect in the minors, a power left-hander. He's someone who's going to help out their staff as they make this push.
Just 3.5 back of the Red Sox with a couple of weeks to go. The Angel loss, by the way, combined with the Texas win 8-1 over Oakland today. So the Rangers are now 2.5 ahead of the Angels. But those two teams finished the regular season with 3 games against one another in Anaheim. It looked just a few days ago like there might be virtually nothing going on in the last couple of weeks in terms of races. But Tampa Bay has certainly made it interesting. The Angels are trying to chase down Texas. The other American League division winner, the Tigers, won again today. They've won 9 in a row. They beat Minnesota 2-1. And amazingly enough, and there may not be enough time, but you never know how this will sort itself out. They're only 4.5 games back of the Yankees for the best record in the American League.
And that would give them home field advantage throughout the playoffs.
Throughout the first 2 rounds.
Right.
National League winning the All-Star game.
Good point.
Yep. I know we're conditioned to
playoffs
assume the American League when the yes. And getting the win today for the Tigers, a guy you and I saw in a game we did on radio on Labor Day on Monday. Doug Fister pitched great again today for Detroit.
Tall drink of water,
Yep.
6'9", about 215 pounds, and he can really make the ball move with his fastball. His breaking stuff and his changeup are average big league, but the movement in the fastball is above average, exceptional. And people have even started to throw around the name Greg Maddux when it comes to the movement that he shows on both sides of the plate, especially that comeback fastball to left-handed hitters.
One of the other stories today, Steven Strasburg went just 3 innings today, through only 57 pitches. Apparently had quite a drop in velocity at one point during that start, as he continues his comeback from Tommy John surgery just over a year ago. One of the big stories going on in the National League right now is the St. Louis Cardinals won again. We talked about the Tigers and the Rays in the National League. The Cardinals beat Atlanta again today, and they are now just 4.5 back of the Braves for the National League wild card. Now Milwaukee won, so St. Louis is 6 back of the Brewers, but just 4.5 back of Atlanta for the wild card, as the Cardinals make a late run, just like the Rays are doing in the American League. And we will see the Cardinals 1 week from tonight in our final Sunday night telecast of the 2011 season. We will have the Cardinals in Philadelphia 1 week from tonight.
Tony La Russa just won't let them give up.
As Peter Pasquarelli says, they won't quit on Tony, and teams really don't quit on Tony. He's much too professional, and he expects the professionalism returned to him.
And Albert Pujols has a shot at 300, which was a far climb. Like a month and a half ago, he was probably 20, 25 points short of that.
In a shocking development today, the Philadelphia Phillies lost a baseball game. They are 94-49 and on pace for the best season in Phillies history. They lost 3-2 to Milwaukee today, but such an incredible year for the Phillies. Franchise record is 101 wins, and they're 94-49 right now. Arizona, which has been on a tear, they also lost today, although they almost came back. The Padres beat them 7-6, but the Diamondbacks are still a comfortable 8.5 up on the Giants in the National League West.
What a job Kirk Gibson has done out there. Eric Young, Matt Williams, Charles Nagy, the whole coaching staff.
Donnie Baylor.
Just an exceptional job. Professional baseball people imparting great knowledge and day-to-day detail.
1-2 to Castro, and he lines it to right field. Caught by Duda, and the inning is over. To the bottom of the fourth at Citi Field. Cubs 3, Mets 1.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay.
And the truck?
I got good news for you, kid. You're getting a new truck.
What do you mean?
I mean, it's gonna cost more to fix than it's worth. Besides, the truck's older than you. Grab your stuff out of the truck and meet me up front.
Just fix it.
I love this card. With the Bank Americard Cash Rewards credit card,
we earn more cash back for the things we buy most.
that's 1% cash back everywhere, every time. 2% on groceries.
3% on gas, automatically. No hoops to jump through.
That's 1% cash back on Oscar.
Tony.
Oscar.
2% back on whatever she'll eat. 3% back on filling up this baby.
Now get 1, 2, 3% cash back.
It's that simple.
Apply online or at a Bank of America near you.
We're talking 3% back on gas.
This is the network, a network of possibilities. In here, pets never get lost.
But if we're ready.
In here, every continent fits in one room.
That was fun. We're playing football outside. Why are you sitting in the dark?
In here, you're never away from home. It's the AT&T network, and what's possible in here is almost impossible to say.
My feet are killing me.
Well, we're here to get you custom orthotic inserts.
Dr. Scholl's Custom Fit Orthotic Center recommends the custom fit orthotic that's best for your tired feet. Foot care scientists are behind it.
You'll get all-day relief.
For your tired, achy feet.
For locations, see drscholls.com.
I don't know about you, but as for me, the question has already been answered. Should we be here? Yes.
The eloquent Jack Buck, Hall of Fame broadcaster for the St. Louis Cardinals, as baseball resumed play on September the 17th, 6 days after the attacks. It did not resume play in New York City until the 21st, but baseball got going again on the Monday following the attacks on the 17th. And Jack Buck's speech, I think, is something that still resonates with people who heard it 10 years ago. With Bobby Valentine and Oral Hershiser, I'm Dan Schulman. It's Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN. The Cubs lead the Mets 3-1 here in the bottom of the fourth inning. Jason Bay is the batter. Let's start, Bobby, arcing toward the 21st a little bit when baseball came back to New York City. A next half inning, Mike Piazza is going to join us. And Piazza, of course, hit the game-winning home run on that night on the 21st. And what some people feel was, maybe meant to be that it would be Piazza and the Mets would win. But let's start, and there's Mike Piazza along with Mark Anthony, New York native, who sang the national anthem before that game on the 21st 10 years ago, and again here tonight before this game. Bay hooks one foul down the third baseline. What were the thoughts? What were your thoughts and the players' thoughts about resuming baseball in New York City on the 21st?
Well, my thoughts were steadfast from the first day that we needed to do it, that I had been in touch with enough of people who were personally affected, were people who were depressed and needed us to do it, to show our face, to stand tall, to be what we were before the tragedy struck, and to show them that you can, in fact, play a baseball game 5 miles from an airport, even though we were so frightened at the time of every plane that went overhead.
Right. And that's what people who haven't been here don't realize is Shea and City in the same parking lot, the former park, the current park, how close this is to LaGuardia. As Bay lifts a high fly ball to left field, carrying to the warning track and eventually caught by LaHare after he and Campana collide. Again, LaHare is really more of a first baseman, getting a chance to play out there in left field, and Campana just collided with a guy about 50 pounds bigger than he is.
So you go out there, and the center fielder is definitely the captain, and even though he's a little bit shorter, he's in charge, and it's all smiles when he gets caught. But LaHare out there has played right, he's played left, he's a first baseman, but manager Quaddy will not let him play at first base and take the at-bats away from Pena, so he has to find another place to play right now.
Nick Evans, the batter.
And that's been the story of Jason Bay since he became a New York Met. Long, high, majestic fly balls that wind up on the warning track here in Citi Field. Next year, there might be an adjustment made.
And a couple of years ago, when he was with the Red Sox, those might have wound up in the seats above the monster. Different situation.
Indeed, and I don't think the adjustment would be in his swing. The adjustment would be in the dimensions of the ballpark. There's a lot of talk about the fences moving in and making this field a little more hitter friendly.
It would definitely attract, or be easier to attract, free agents. It's like trying to attract pitchers to the Texas ball club. You almost have to breed your own, because people don't want to come here and have their stats go down, and then their next contract, or they have to go to another organization, they don't feel like they are on equal ground. And you see all that territory out there.
Sharply hit, knocked down by LeMahieu, but he won't have a play. And Evans is aboard.
That's a base hit for Evans, but it's a backhand that could have been made. Oral, he got there, got the glove on it, just jumped up and hit the heel of the glove as he's reaching down with his backhand. Boom. Not sticking. You really have to turn that glove so it's facing home plate, opened up all the way, and always think that you start down and come up so that the ball can land in the pocket.
And it has scored an error on LeMahieu. Now ground ball to short, step on the bag, on to first, and just like that, Paulino grounds into a double play, and the inning is over. Mike Piazza will join us when we come back to Citi Field.
Here's the problem. You've got sandwich money, but your stomach wants a massive meal. Taco Bell's $5 box. A chicken flatbread sandwich, burrito supreme, crunchy taco, and medium soda. All for just $5. Problem solved.
Back up, 1, 2, 3. Holy mackerel, did you see that move? Oh, it's a strike to the mid-chest. He takes him off the ropes, grabs him into a full Nelson. He's on the deck for the count. The master of muscle. This guy is the toughest, the meanest, the most respected wrestler of our time.
Now through October 31st, lease your S60 for $299 a month or get 0.9% APR for 48 months.
As a manager, my team counts on me to stay focused, so I take One A Day Men's 50+ Advantage. It's the only complete multivitamin with ginkgo to support memory and concentration. Plus, it supports heart health. That's a hit. One A Day Men's.
$100 for a pair of jeans? Give me a break. I wear Lee Premium Select because they fit, they're comfortable, and they cost less than $50. And according to studies, I've been told they make my butt look good. Researcher.
Getting comfortable never looked so good.
At Goodyear, everything we've learned making these tires inspires what we roll into yours. Goodyear, more driven.
3-1, top of the fifth. The Cubs lead the Mets. Dan Schulman to Bobby Valentine, Oral Hershiser with you here on Sunday Night Baseball. The 10-year anniversary of the September 11th attacks. We talked about the resumption of baseball in New York City on September the 21st, 2001. The first professional sporting event back here in New York City. The Atlanta Braves were here to take on the New York Mets, who trailed 2-1 going to the bottom of the 8th inning when Mike Piazza came to the plate.
And it's hit deep to left center. Home run! Mike Piazza, and the Mets lead 3-2.
Mike Piazza walking into the booth right now to join us. Bobby, when you hear that call and you see the video of Mike's home run from 10 years ago, what comes to mind?
What comes to mind is that the hero that everyone needed to come to the plate came to the plate, delivered exactly what everyone was praying for, and their prayers were answered.
A very emotional night. Oral, I think you and I not being there, we can't imagine how emotional it must have been. Let's ask Mike, as Mike Piazza joins us here in the ballpark. First ground ball back to the mound. Batista makes the play to retire Campana. Mike, I know you talked about it with Bob Lee down on the set earlier tonight, and you were emotional about it. What do you think about when you think about that night?
I didn't know how we were going to get through the night, to be honest with you. I mean, I really didn't. I mean, I remember going to the ballpark and just having this feeling of just anxiety and fear, and I think a lot of us at times just looked and said, what are we doing here? Should we be here? You know, is it the right time? Is it? And now looking back, I mean, obviously it was, but at the time going through it, it was a little scary. And I just remember being on that line, and when I heard the first bagpipes, I just started praying. I was like, Lord, please help me get through this night, because I don't know if I can.
There's so many moments in a game that a big league player knows this is a moment, and you had to know, walking from the on-deck circle up to the plate, that was a moment.
No, true, and again, that's where I think the support of everybody, just the energy and prayers and everyone supporting me, giving me wind, under my wings a little bit to help me out, and yeah, no question, and adrenaline, because at that point, as well as anybody, when you're in that part of the game, and for me, I had to tell myself to kind of back off the throttle a little bit, because I didn't want to get too anxious. I just wanted to try to put a good swing on the ball.
Because you have to get a pitch, first of all.
Absolutely.
And you can't. Are you anticipating slider? Are you anticipating fastball? Are you thinking there, or are you that into the game, or are you just into the moment looking for a ball and hoping to hit it hard?
Well, that particular bat, I remember the first pitch was right down the middle, and I remember thinking, crap.
That was it.
That is it. And Steve Carsey and all, sort of tipped my hat to him. He just was pouring it on. He was like, here, hit it 5,000 feet if you want. And so he did not shy away or try to trick me in.
He's a New Yorker too.
Oh yeah, I mean it was interesting. I saw him a couple of years ago. I forget where it was, and we kind of looked at each other, and it was a really nice moment, because I think at the end of the day he knew, even though he was competitive and you never want to give up a home run, I think he still knew that it was a special moment all the way around.
Were you asked to wait for the families after the game and to visit with them, or was that Jay Horwitz or inspiration
I gotta
from
tell
teammates?
Bobby will tell you, like when we got back from Pittsburgh, we drove back, and I remember it was the most quiet I've ever been on a bus with guys. I mean, for 10 minutes we were watching, the smoke and the spotlights and the rescue efforts still going on, because at that time there was still people believing there was people alive. So that was kind of surreal. But Mr. Wilpon and Mr. Doubleday just pulled us in the clubhouse and said, look, you guys, whatever you want to do, you could do as little as you want or as much as you want. So he left it totally up to us, and I got to tell you, at the end of the day, everyone just did it from their hearts. They didn't feel like they had to do anything.
And when I said I was so proud of being with a team, the guys never said no.
Yeah.
There were people in our clubhouse. There were places to visit. There were kids to see. There was Christmas parties in the off season, and to the man, people were not saying no who were in a Met uniform. He led us on the field. He led us off the field, and it was just a great time of giving.
We just saw a shot of a family here at the ballpark tonight. That's the Geese family. They're New Yorkers, and their dad, Ronnie, was a firefighter who died on September the 11th. And I know you became very close with the family. The 3 boys are here. I think 2 of them are firefighters. The 3rd is on the way to becoming a firefighter. And you met them right after you hit the home run on the 21st, right?
No, and they showed me the picture, and I mean, what honor they did to their father. I mean, to think about the character that, I mean, that's as painful it was, I'm sure, to lose him on that day. I'm sure he's getting some joy in heaven knowing that, you know, the character he raised his boys. I mean, you could just tell. I mean, and keeping his honor alive and his memory alive is something, again, I mean, that we can all be inspired from.
At the same firehouse that their dad was the chief.
Yeah.
They all are going to be there.
No, it's just it's incredible, and you know, looking back again, you know, we do want to continue to try to move and live life and honor those, because I know they would want us to. They wouldn't want us to hold back. And know life is to move on and to live. But at the end of the day, I think we have the right balance of memory and reverence and respect for them, and with keeping all that in mind and going forward, I think. Just is something that I'm very humbled about, and to be part of Major League Baseball and the way sports and baseball in particular reacted.
Cubs lead the Mets 3-1. Mike Piazza is with us here in the booth at Citi Field. We're in the 5th inning. Brian LaHare's out at second. He doubled. There is 1 out in the inning. And
Mike, you circled the bases plenty of times in your career, enough to go to the Hall of Fame someday for sure. As you're circling the bases that day.
Didn't feel anything. I just, you know, I mean, like you said,
you hit home plate, you were like flying. It was it was such a wonderful smile. It was like a spotlight just lit up his face.
Pena drives a ball to deep right center, but again, the wrong part of the wrong ballpark if you're a power hitter. 2 down, runner tags, comes to 3rd. Let's take another look at the home run that Mike hit back on September the 21st. As Mike said, it was the 2nd pitch of the at-bat. Let a fastball go down the middle, and that pitch actually a little bit further away, but you went out and got it and drove it to left center field. And do you remember much about the curtain call or anything in the aftermath of the home run?
Well, no. I mean, when I look back at highlights like this, see, even there, I was starting to kind of let go a little bit emotionally, because I never and so right it kind of hit me there that I realized it was definitely a special moment. And man, and we had such a great fun team too. And I see Lenny and all the characters on that team, and looking back, we had a lot of fun. So I think that camaraderie as well got us through it.
It's pretty special to see him do anything other than have his game face on. You know about pitchers and game day. Well, Mike had 162 days of game face. Even when Todd Pratt was catching and he had the day off, he had a game face on the bench.
Yeah.
Well, on a lighter note, too, you caught the ceremonial first pitch today from John Franco.
There it is. There's the face.
There's the game face. You caught the ceremonial first pitch before the game today from John Franco. It looked like you and your knees were having a disagreement about how much you could get down there, like the old catcher days behind the plate.
That's one of the reasons why I walked away. I said, you know what, I got all my cartilage, all my ligaments. I think it's time to turn the page so I could play with my kids when I'm up there a little bit more. So but it felt good to be back on the field. I'll tell you. I don't know about this field though. I mean, look at this ballpark. I don't know if that one might have made it.
It's beautiful, but it's big, isn't it?
You might not have had that.
Oral would have loved it. Yeah, Oral's all in favor of it.
I would have kept pitching if I could have pitched here.
Wow.
No, that home run still would have made it. It would have been over there by the apple, little to the left of the apple, and he would have run around the bases the same way. But this is a very large ballpark. They're thinking about bringing fences in next year, Mike.
Well,
I think it's a good idea.
And that's Death Valley out there in that gap.
I mean,
that is crazy. You got to square it up.
Runner at 3rd, 2 down. 3-1 the count on Tyler Colvin. And he lashes a ball to right field. Duda going back. It's over his head. LaHare will score. Colvin around second on his way to 3rd. And in there ahead of the throw as the Cubs take a 4-1 lead. Bobby's having a big night. 2 for 3, 3 RBIs for a guy who needed some hits.
Like I said, he has a good swing. Last year with 20 home runs and being a guy who had a bright future. This year coming in, never getting off to the kind of start that he wanted, and then it was all downhill for most of this year. He's hoping to end on a good note, and tonight can get him in that direction. 2 line drive hits, 3 RBIs.
So it's now 4-1 Cubs. Runner at third, 2 down, and LeMahieu will be the batter. He has walked and grounded out.
Mike, you had an apartment down south of Canal. How long was it before you were able to get in?
Well, I was fortunate. I was able to get in right away, but again, just to see the feeling in the city that the few days after was unlike anything I've ever seen. A lot of people coming together and just needed to be together. So that was touching to see.
And a lot of the same sentiment in the ballpark tonight. Mike, we really appreciate the time.
Pleasure.
Thanks for joining us.
Seeing you.
Mike Piazza stopping by the booth.
Bless you guys.
Take a timeout and come back after this.
The Jester is back. The Jester's Jam 2011 Concert Series is here, featuring the best in entertainment. See legendary music man Chuck Negron, formerly of Three Dog Night, the great Eddie Money, and the unconquerable Larry Gatlin and the Gatlin Brothers. Plus, join our concert club to receive exclusive information and perks. Concerts are open to all ages. All shows are at the Quad Cities Waterfront Convention Center, and tickets are on sale now at JestersJam.com. The 2011 Jester's Jam Concert Series. Get your tickets today.
Here you go, Pumpkin. Why don't you draw me a picture while I make dinner?
Everyone deserves a choice.
Mom!
So does your business. Mediacom Business offers a better choice. With internet, phone, and TV and music. Flexible plans and prices start at just $89.95 a month. If you have a business, you now have a choice. Choice. It's about time.
This year, winning means more, and Kyle Busch would do anything to win. He'd call another driver's house 30 times in a row the night before a race.
Who is this? Who's this?
If it would help him win, he'd do it, because Kyle Busch would do anything to win.
Catch the postseason beginning September 30th.
ESPN Sunday Night Baseball is presented by Taco Bell. Our thanks to Mike Piazza for spending some time with us in the top half of the inning and recalling the events of September the 11th and September the 21st when he hit the home run that won the game in the first baseball game back here in New York City. The Cubs, meanwhile, have opened up a 4-1 lead on the Mets as we go to the bottom of the fifth. And batting in the pitcher's spot is Mike Baxter. Briefly last month and recalled again in September. First pitch swinging, and he lines the ball down the left field line. That's the way to come off the bench as a pinch hitter. He's got himself a leadoff double. Baxter lived in Queens 10 years ago at the time of the attacks and lost a cousin on September the 11th, 2001. So sure to be some extra emotion for him playing in this game.
And 11 years ago, there was a guy who was a left-handed hitter in a Met uniform who just stopped up to say hello, John Olerud, who would take a high fastball and hit it down that third base line exactly like Baxter approached that high fastball. God, it was good to see John Olerud, one of the greatest guys that I've ever met in my life, and again, blessed to be a teammate of his. Or I guess I wasn't a teammate, I was his manager.
Well,
you were a
felt
teammate.
like it. You felt like it, you know, with John.
Yeah.
Hit 363 one year. John Olerud won a batting title.
Such a high character individual that there were no boundaries between coaches and managers and John Olerud. We were all on the same plane because there was nothing really to instruct other than to talk about baseball and what time to show up. That was it.
I think he had 354 in a Met uniform. I think that's the highest Met average standing.
Yep.
Even though this young man's going for a batting title.
Yeah, the batting title Olerud won not as a Met. He won that as a Blue Jay. Reyes is currently leading the National League batting race. 1 for 2 tonight, hitting a .334. Ryan Braun's at .331 after going 1 for 4 today. And Reyes might lose a point right here on the ground out. Going down to the runner goes to third. We are in the bottom of the fifth inning here at Citi Field in New York. The final game of the weekend here on the 10th anniversary of 9/11 fittingly is from New York City. A stirring, moving pregame ceremony, and so much evidence in the ballpark tonight of people recalling the events of 10 years ago and honoring those who died on September the 11th, with police officers, paramedics, firefighters, Port Authority police officers, the relatives of those who died in the attacks, all involved in the pregame ceremony. And one of the issues we discussed a little bit earlier is we were under the impression the Mets had announced that they were going to wear NYPD, FDNY hats during this game tonight. But it has not turned out that way, as Major League Baseball said that they issued an edict before the season saying that teams were not allowed to wear anything other than the standard team cap during a game. And we saw David Wright sneak a hat on in the dugout for a half inning a little bit earlier as a soft liner is hit out to second for the second out. Buster Olney's got an update.
Joe, Dan, Joe Torre, Major League Baseball's executive vice president for baseball operations, told the Associated Press tonight that basically they wanted to keep unanimity in this issue. It's not a lack of respect. Now, you mentioned David Wright in the dugout. He actually did not wear that hat on the field, just wore it in the dugout for that half inning. And it should be noted that the hats that the Mets are wearing tonight, the licensed hats, are being sold on the internet.
All right, Buster, thank you. So the Mets intended to wear special caps, but that was not in the cards from Major League Baseball's perspective. Now, this is something, Bobby, you talked about that your team was told 10 years ago you can't do it, and you did it anyways.
Well, I think it was entirely different
Yes.
circumstance.
Yes.
And as Todd said, we had to do it. We were compelled to, and I don't think we really didn't have a choice. Nor was there such a large contract at the time, nor was there an edict put out at the beginning of the season. There's Todd Zeal, who, as he says, it was a collective thought, but I think it was Todd Zeal who said it to the press. You have to tear it off our heads.
Oh, 2 pitch. Did he go? Yes, he did. Duda goes around and strikes out, and the inning is over as the Mets leave a man on at third.
It's not too late. Sign up for free fantasy football at ESPN.com.
119 data points. This is what we can gather from an ordinary crash test dummy. 2 million data points. This is what we can gather from a Lexus crash test genius. When you pursue industry-leading safety, you don't just engineer breakthroughs in simulation technology. You engineer amazing.
You ready, buddy?
You're probably not getting called up to the majors. But your fence, that's pro. Finish like a pro with Cabot wood stains. Cabot, that's pro.
Okay, here's your room key. The crib is already there.
Great.
Thank you so much.
We provide great service so you can stay you. Holiday Inn Express, stay you.
Today's trivia question, what's the hardest play in baseball?
The unassisted triple play.
The unassisted triple play.
Stay smart and book smart. Book early and save up to 20% at any Holiday Inn Express. Stay you.
$100 for a pair of jeans? Give me a break. I wear Lee Premium Select because they fit, they're comfortable, and they cost less than $50. And according to studies, I've been told they make my butt look good. Researcher.
Getting comfortable never looked so good.
Pictures taken this weekend from the Bronx, from barbershops to playgrounds, but never forgetting the ones lost on 9/11. Today in the Bronx, the historic New York Botanical Garden offered free admission to anyone seeking a quiet place for contemplation and reflection, as so many people here in this great bustling city of over 8 million people just in the New York City area did today. And Oral, you were talking about early this morning being outside Bobby. I know you took a long walk today, how empty the streets were. Everybody was watching coverage of the anniversary because, again, this touched just about everybody in this city in a deep and lasting way. The tribute and lights still going. A live shot from Lower Manhattan, the site of the World Trade Center, and near the two footprints of the North Tower and the South Tower. And that tribute and light is going on all night. The reflective pools and the ceremony, the memorial honoring all of those who died 10 years ago. Darwin Barney lines a base into right field off the new Met pitcher as DJ Carrasco has come into the game here in the 6th inning.
DJ, you've seen so far, a side armor that's really trying to make a spot here, wearing 77, has not really gotten off to a very hot start here, and you see with the 5.4 ERA tonight, really just looking to raise his stock in the Mets organization.
Cubs up 4-1, have the leadoff man on here in the top of the 6th inning, and Coy Hill is the batter as he slices it foul out of play. Hill's 0 for 2 tonight. Giovanni Soto getting the bulk of the playing time behind the plate for the Cubs, but Hill is in there tonight. Miguel Batista goes 5 innings for the Mets tonight and gives up 4 runs on 5 hits. Had some real command problems. He walked 3 and hit 2. Right, well off the line at third, playing the left-hand hitting or switch hitting, but in this case left-hand hitting Hill to pull. Barney the lead at first, being held on by Evans. And the count 2-1. The Mets are itching to get back to the 500 mark in a season that has been marred by injuries. They are 71 and 74. And have won 11 of their last 17 games as the hit and run is on, and this ball's flared into right field, a base hit. Barney put the brakes on and then accelerates around second and coasts into third. So runners at first and third, nobody out. We've talked a lot about the Mets and Queens with respect to 9/11. Of course, the Yankees and the Bronx were involved as well. With more, here's Buster Olney.
Dan, on 9/11, Victor Saraceni was the pilot of a plane that went into the World Trade Center. And 15 days later, his daughter Brielle, who was 10 years old at the time, was the guest at Yankee Stadium of Derek Jeter. I talked to her recently. She's now a junior at Boston College, and she told me that she vividly remembers that day, said it pretty much was the best day ever. She said that day, she can remember the players talking to her. She can remember the jackets and the hats and a bat that were given to she and her sister Kirsten by the players. She also talked about how that fall, baseball really provided structures for her day. She said that during the Yankee games, she would be absolutely locked in. And when friends would call her and ask her about possibly coming over, she'd say, no, I'm watching the Yankees. Her experience seemed to really reflect the experience of a lot of people in New York after 9/11.
No question about it. And then with the Yankees making the World Series, just one of the most fascinating and compelling World Series any of us has ever seen. Both the caliber of play, the closeness of the games, the storylines and the aftermath of 9/11, with the World Series coming here to New York City. November baseball for the first time. The dramatic home runs into games 4 and 5 for the Yankees, and then ultimately the Diamondbacks winning in dramatic fashion in Game 7. There's a strike taken by Castro. Second and third, one out as the infield comes in for the Mets.
You know, Dan, baseball is a game that really is a season, and it's every day, and there's a schedule, and there's a habit, and there's a ritual to it, and I think that's what the fans can grab onto. That the pregame show comes on at a certain time on the radio, that you get home from work and you have time to make a little dinner and get to the ballpark, or have a little dinner, and turn the TV on. And I think that was part of the healing process of the habit and the daily routine of baseball, that maybe you can't act normal yourself, but somebody else is acting normal for you to bring you back.
You know, one of the unusual things that happened late in the 2001 season and into the playoffs is people outside New York rooting for a New York team, in that case the Yankees, because they were the team that went to the postseason. And Bobby, as you well know, having managed the Mets for so many years, that is not the case.
That's not the rule. That's the exception.
Yeah, but it happened in 2001. Ground ball to short. Reyes looks the runners back and on to first. 2 down. You had people in Chicago, in Boston, in Los Angeles, all expressing their love at ballparks for New York because of what the city was going through.
And sensitive when I say this, but the nickname for the Yankees is the evil empire around baseball because of the budget, and they're really the team that everybody is jealous of, and they became the darlings and the team to root for sure in 2001.
I was rooting for him.
Yeah, I was too. I tell you what, Miguel Batista, who started this game today without the Scott Brocious heroics, would have been the winning pitcher. It might have went a different way, but there were so many things special that happened for the Yankees to get them to the World Series.
You know, even in the American League Championship Series, they beat a great Seattle team. Lou Piniella was the manager, and Piniella, in the aftermath of the series when he was interviewed, said, you know what, it's tough to say because we just lost, but those people have been through so much. They deserve to see their team win, and that was the sentiment around the country pretty much in the aftermath of the attacks, where the memorial ceremony was held today. 10 years to the day from 9/11 in 2001. The tribute in light shines on in Lower Manhattan.
At Taco Bell, quality is the reason it tastes so good. We use 100% USDA Select marinated grilled steak, 100% marinated all-white meat chicken, and 100% real seasoned beef 100% of the time. Quality is the reason it tastes great at Taco Bell.
Walk, little walk, small talk, big thoughts.
The most legroom per dollar of any car in America. From $10,990. The all-new Nissan Versa sedan. Innovation upsized. Innovation for all.
30,000 feet. The weather there is a sunny 66 degrees. We're looking good for an on-time arrival at about 5:45 local.
An airline's job is to take you from where you are to where you need to be. And we're not just talking about points on a map. It's about constantly finding new ways to make the world a smaller place and close the gap between far away and right away. Like having the most Wi-Fi equipped planes that let you venture beyond our more than 200 U.S. destinations to be everywhere at once. Like a more intuitive Delta website and mobile app that can connect you to information about your next flight, even while you're still in flight. Innovations like these are extending our reach so that you can extend yours. And now, even at 30,000 feet, you can still touch the ground.
A young man with ambition met an old man at the top. Asked him if he had a secret, and the old man stopped and thought and said, free cause that's how it ought to be, my brother. Credit cause you need a loan for one thing or another. Score cause they break it down to one simple number that you can use. Time to take a break cause the name is kinda long. Come in honor of the internet that it's on. Put it all together at the end of the song. It gives you freecreditscore.com.
Offer applies with enrollment in freecreditscore.com.
And it's a touchdown for Vegas.
Oh, yeah!
Watch ESPN.com and the Watch ESPN app. The ESPN networks, live anywhere.
ESPN Sunday Night Baseball is presented by Taco Bell. Dan Schulman, Earl Hershiser, Bobby Valentine, Buster Olney, Pedro Gomez, all here at Citi Field. Bob Lee handling the pregame show, Baseball Tonight, and the pregame ceremony on site, so adeptly as always. As we bring you back into the bottom of the 6th inning, where the Cubs lead the Mets 4-1. And just about everybody in the ballpark tonight wearing their emotions on their sleeves, if you will, on the 10-year anniversary of 9/11. A stirring pregame ceremony, very well handled and touching. And Brought a lot of people to tears here in the ballpark. Great play by the second baseman, Barney, and from his knees he will throw out David Wright for the first out. Well, Mike Quaddy, the manager of the Chicago Cubs, has a connection, if you will, to New York City in the aftermath of 9/11. With more, here's Pedro Gomez.
Dan, a very strong connection in the sense that the very first postseason game that the Yankees played on their way to making it to the 2001 World Series was against the Oakland A's in the ALDS. Mike Quaddy was the first base coach of those Chicago Cubs. He remembers lining up on third base. He remembers turning to the coach right next to him and saying, you know how they say there's no crying in baseball? There definitely is crying in baseball. He couldn't control his emotions that day. Mayor Rudy Giuliani's box was not far from his first base coaching box. He remembers stopping by to introduce himself, to congratulate him on what a tremendous job he had been doing. Remember, the Yankees lost games 1 and 2 of that series before coming back to win 3 in a row and knock the A's out. That was also the series where that famous Derek Jeter flip to Jorge Posada to get Jeremy Giambi took place. And he remembers saying that, you know what, you didn't have to be from New York City to feel what New Yorkers were going through. Still remembers it vividly to this day.
Guys? Pedro, rather, you could hear the emotion in his voice as he told us that story 10 years later. Meanwhile, more great defense from Mike Quaddy's Cubs. As Tyler Colvin makes a great diving catch out in right field to deny Angel Pagan. 2 down in the inning. Colvin's having a big night. Here's Jason Bay.
I think when you look out there at the young players the Cubs are trotting out there tonight, and you look at Barney and Castro and Colvin, I think they definitely can be part of what's going to move forward to make this Cub team a respectable and then someday competitive Major League franchise.
I think they're going to get stronger too. You see young bodies that really haven't filled in yet, an off season or two that in the weight room, and some dedication to understanding how long this season is and how tough it is and what it takes to hold up. You learn that at a very early age, and you come back stronger the next year.
Into the left field corner, Bay continues his hot hitting and is on his way into second base with a 2-out double. Well, we have focused this half inning more on the Yankees. We talked a lot about the Mets tonight. We're here at Citi Field. It's focused a little more this half inning on the Yankees and their trip into the World Series in 2001 and how that impacted New Yorkers. And I think one of the moments that baseball fans, New Yorkers, will not soon forget is Game 3, the first World Series game played in New York City. Challenger, of course, and President Bush was there, as if to say, hey, the game will go on. And what did he do? Fired a perfect strike to Todd Green. Drive into deep right center field off the bat of Evans that'll split the outfielders. Bay will come in to score. It's an RBI double for Evans, and the Mets make it a 4-2 game.
Michael hit the home run in the 8th when you were down by 1 in 2001.
Yes.
What was the score?
It was 2-1. It was a big home run.
It was a huge 427 in his career.
Well, that one's separate. That's a home run that was, as Mike mentioned, there's a movie made about the Oakland A's team that he played on at one time, but that was a movie. That was scripted perfectly, and he was the hero of the movie.
Ronnie Paulino, the batter.
I just was thinking about a miraculous comeback for the Mets 10 years later.
So who plays the role of Mike Piazza? Is David Wright the Piazza of this team?
I think Jose Reyes or David Wright would be the candidates. They would be auditioning.
They've got time.
Piazza hitting his home run in the bottom of the 8th inning off Atlanta's Steve Carsey, as the Mets won 3-2.
Yeah, as I said to Mike, big leaguers know when those moments are, and you realize them when he left the on-deck circle, when he got to the box, when he took the first pitch fastball and said, "Oh, there it goes." And I know David Wright and Jose Reyes and the rest of the Mets are thinking about that tonight. Can I do something special to help?
Base hit for Paulino. Evans around third. And it's 4-3.
You put the big league uniform on, but you do not leave your feelings behind. And you know what today was, and you know what it was going on in the city, and you watch the specials on TV and the coverage of the memorial, and then you get to come play a baseball game and you're down. And you say, I want to try and make this special for the New Yorkers and for the people that are remembering their loved ones. And maybe the Mets have one more in them.
So the tying run is aboard with 2 down in the bottom of the 6th as Garza gets a visit from his pitching coach and his catcher, and now a pinch hitter for the Mets. Willie Harris will bat. A 2-run inning thus far for the Mets, and all of the damage after 2 were out with nobody on. A double by Bay, a double by Evans to bring him in, and then an RBI single for Paulino as Mark Riggins is on the phone checking on the progress down in the bullpen for the Cubs. On the outside corner, a strike. Hits are now even at 7 apiece.
Bobby, when Mike hit the big home run in 2001, chants of USA, chants of Go Mets, just chanting, just screaming and clapping.
There really wasn't a chant when he hit it. It was just an outbreak of emotion. There were tears of joy.
Caught by Campana in deep left center, and the inning is over. The Mets get a couple, and they have made it a 1-run game. We're at the end of 6 with the Cubs now leading 4-3 here on the 10th anniversary as you get another live look at Lower Manhattan.
To prove we have the world's most advanced all-wheel control, we took the Mitsubishi Outlander and Outlander Sport to the world's most dangerous road. If our Outlanders can handle this road, imagine what they can do on yours. Take the 360-degree test drive at MitsubishiCars.com.
I was in high school when I bought my dream car. Working on that car is where my dyno tuning business started.
We max out horsepower and performance. Nothing but the best goes into these cars.
That's why we fill up at the local Citgo. I know performance, and that's good gas. And it's guaranteed. In high school, we had a lot of fun in that car. Luckily, there aren't any pictures.
Citgo. Good gas, guaranteed.
Use your Lowe's consumer credit card to get 5% off every day. Or choose special financing on purchases of $299 or more. Experience Lowe's. Let's build something together.
ESPN Sunday Night Baseball, presented by Taco Bell, is brought to you by Cabot. Finish like a pro with Cabot wood stains. Cabot. That's pro. To the 7th inning here at Citi Field. The Cubs lead the Mets 4-3 here on Sunday Night Baseball. And And the new pitcher for the New York Mets is left-hander Tim Burdack. He becomes the third pitcher of the night for the Mets, making his 64th appearance of the season, covering 34 1/3.
He's a specialist.
Yeah, that's right. Life in the 21st century as a left-handed specialist in the big leagues. There's Brian LaHair, who's had a good night, Bobby. He has 2 doubles and a walk and has scored 3 runs and is now 9 for 18 since he got called up to the big leagues.
Mike Piazza was saying he likes his bat. He's got to find him a position, but don't think any of these at-bats are going unnoticed by the coaching staff, Mike Piazza, in the front office, and it'll serve him well in the future.
Almost 29 years of age. Spent a few weeks with Seattle in 2008.
The brief look I've had at him tonight, I like it. It's a very short, quick swing, and he looks like he reads the ball very well out of the pitcher's hand.
Popped up foul and back out of play. The count goes to 2-2. LaHair has also shown a lot of patience here in this game. Marty Aronoff telling us that he has already seen 26 pitches tonight in 4 plate appearances.
You would think at 28 years old, you think this is my shot, and you'd be anxious and you'd not play the game the way you know how to play the game, but he is staying the quote-unquote within himself and bringing the whole package to the table.
Fouls back to breaking ball.
Little Keith Hernandez right there. Little Rusty Staub? I don't know. I can't. Can you go back that far? Can you find somebody in there? I know you can.
Rusty's here tonight.
I know.
Is Rusty here tonight?
Yep. Rusty was in the pregame ceremonies.
And Rusty has been the leader of the Firemen and Policemen's Widow Association even pre 9/11. He's been doing that for 30 years now. Dedicated to a cause, and one of the great guys. One of the great guys I ever played with, coached, and been associated with.
He helped escort some of those people onto the field in the pregame ceremony.
Ceremonies all around baseball today, notably also in Washington and in Pittsburgh, about 80 miles away from Shanksville, Pennsylvania, the site of the crash of Flight 93, and of course here in New York City. And it is a spirited group right now here at Citi Field, as we've got a wave going on around the ballpark. Hoping their Mets can pull off a comeback. They got 2 in the bottom of the 6th, down a run, and trying to keep it that way here with the Cubs batting at the top of the 7th, and LaHair again having another quality at bat.
Falling off quality pitches, down and in, up and in, had one up and away. The only place the pitch hasn't been yet is low and away, and we're waiting for that, aren't we? We'll see if he has a check swing, if it's a breaking ball low and away, or if he sees it early, he could take it early.
Draws the walk as he reaches base for the 4th time tonight. Bayer Advanced Aspirin wants you to know that for the rest of the season, Bayer will be donating $10 to the Red Cross for every strike thrown at 95 miles per hour or faster. For more information, log on to speedupyourrelief.com. So we know if Terry Collins goes to Bobby Parnell at some point tonight, there will be some donations made. 95 is taking a little off for him, Bulldog.
You just have to work on the strike part.
Yep.
Terry Collins mentioned a great arm, but he has given him a few headaches this year. This lack of control in command.
Here's Carlos Pena. Pena had an RBI triple in the first, has also walked and flat out. Parnell getting an opportunity to close for the Mets after K-Rod was traded to Milwaukee, but it has not gone all that well. And Manny Acosta has gotten one save, might get another opportunity. Parnell just the command not there consistently. Ripped into right field, a base hit for Pena. LaHare is on his way to third. Going to be held there on a ringing double by Pena, who is also having a big night. The 3, 4, 5 hitters for the Cubs. LaHare, Pena, and the guy coming to the plate right now, Tyler Colvin. They have a combined 6 hits, and 5 of them are extra base hits.
And the left-handed specialist stays in the game for another left-hander. A walk and a double isn't quite doing your job, Earl.
He hasn't gotten the ball to the outer half of the plate and down. They've been up over the middle or missing inside. There it is.
Voila.
Well, there's better news on the scoreboard now for Colvin if he chooses to fixate on that giant scoreboard out in center field.
I thought our graphics had gone back in time there for a minute. I was like, what's that? I haven't seen that all year.
2 hits and 3 RBIs for the young man. Swing and a miss again, 0-2. There you go.
What was it, 147? Or 155?
Yeah, went down to 146 after the pop-up in the first, up 9 points in the last 2 at-bats. A little bit high. So the Mets get 2 in the bottom of the 6th, and now here are the Cubs threatening to answer right back in the top of the 7th and extend their lead. The Mets have the infield halfway, would you say, up the middle, Bobby? Somewhat in? How would you describe where Reyes and Tejada are?
I would call that halfway. If the ball's hit hard, the runner at third will probably hold, even though Pena's asking what he's going to do. Pena now is at second base, is asking the coach if it's hit hard to the second baseman, is he going to go? What should I do? This is a communication situation.
I think they're going to make it go through. Ivan De Jesus gave him a little shot with his hand, kind of moving it back and forth, like make it go through, make it go through.
And it won't matter in this at bat as Colvin strikes out for the first out. And Terry Collins is on his way to the mound to make a pitching change. We will step aside here at Citi Field. The Cubs up 4-3 as the Mets go to the pen with Pedro Beato on his way into the ballgame.
At USAA, we believe honor is not exclusive to the military, and commitment is not limited to one's military oath. The same set of values that drive our nation's military are the ones we used to build USAA Bank. From free checking to credit cards to loans, our commitment to the military, veterans, and their families is without equal. Visit us online to learn what makes our bank so different. USAA, we know what it means to serve.
Yes! I got the boss's tickets on Saturday. Football! Football! They're saying snow on Saturday, too. Record lows. Old school, the frozen tundra. Winter warriors on a merciless field. Hands frozen numb.
You know, I'd sell those tickets if I were you.
What?
Oh, yeah. You can get good money for those.
Who says the best seat at the game has to be at the game? If it's Lane, it's right in your living room.
Yeah, we see you.
Get the best seat at the game at lanegame.com.
Welcome, Kristen.
Easy.
Come on in.
Casey, what about the new Edge drew you to it?
The look of it. I love the sleek design. I like the rounded edges.
What does the technology in your Edge make you think of Ford?
It just makes me think that Ford is in it to win it. Ford is trying to get to the next level. You really have to make yourself stand out, and I think Ford has done that.
Looking over there, how's your car look?
Is this my car? Okay.
Sorry, I couldn't get away.
You can now.
What was once known as Ground Zero, now known as the new World Trade Center complex. Very much under construction. The opening of the reflective pools today, the continued construction of the building known as One World Trade Center, which will be 1,776 feet high. It will be the tallest building in the United States as the construction continues in Lower Manhattan. Ground ball to short. Meanwhile, back here at the game as LeMahieu hits one sharply to short, and Reyes comes home, and they get LaHare at the plate. LeMahieu reaching on the fielder's choice, 2 down as Pedro Beato has entered the game now on the mound for the Mets.
So we saw in the prior play they were going to let the ball go through with no outs, and then with 1 out it was going to be contact. Even with the men back, this is a hard hit ball. Reyes backhands it, throws a strike to Polino at home. Easy out. No chance of scoring.
So 2 down, runners at first and second, 4-3 Cubs, and the batter was Darwin Barney.
And the interesting thing on that play prior to that, Pena, who was at second, was asking Ivan de Jesus if he was going to go or not. That's so he could come over if in fact he's going. Now he's still at second base because the ground ball was to short and it was in front of him, and he stayed at second.
Pedro Beato into the game for the Mets, the 4th pitcher of the night. Lived in Queens at the time of the attacks 10 years ago and went to high school in Brooklyn. So very much affected by the tragic events of 9/11. We will keep it here during the break for the singing of God Bless America, another tradition that began after 9/11. American Idol star and Queens native Pia Toscano is here to sing God Bless America at the end of this half inning. To right field. Inning over. Cubs squander an opportunity, and it is still a 1-run game. 7th inning stretch is upon us here at Citi Field.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise, remove your hats, and direct your attention to the field for the singing of God Bless America. Please welcome New York City native, American Idol Season 10 finalist, and Interscope Records recording artist, Pia Toscano, who is accompanied by our city's first responders. We now honor all the heroic men and women who keep our beautiful nation safe and free, including the brave men and women of New York City's uniformed emergency services.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above. From the mountains to the prairies to the oceans wide with foam. God bless America, my home sweet home. God bless America, my home sweet home.
Mid-American Energy is putting the power to achieve greater energy efficiency in our hands with free home energy audits, rebates on energy-efficient products and appliances for our homes. Businesses win too through financial incentives and rebates on energy-efficient equipment. Green-saving power is in our hands with Mid-American Energy.
Looking at my phone bill, think I'm gonna be ill. The phone company, it is robbing me. Wanna call state to state, wish I had a flat rate. Mediacom had the answer I need. It was phenomenal, now I'm calling here and there. In the US anywhere, getting features for free. Like my caller ID, and I'm happy. Mediacom phone, stay connected, keep in touch. Talk the most from coast to coast, and get happy.
More shots from New York City over the weekend. These shots that you just saw from Staten Island, where the fire department of Staten Island held an annual ceremony today saluting the 78 Staten Island firefighters who lost their lives 10 years ago. Back here at Citi Field, where the Cubs lead the Mets 4-3 with Bobby Valentine, Oral Hershiser, and former New York Mets star, the man who threw out the ceremonial first pitch tonight, John Franco. John, thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
A very emotional night. We've had your teammates Todd Zeal, Mike Piazza in. Everything come rushing back to you today?
Yeah, it came full circle. You know, it seems like yesterday that we were here having the ceremony and in the parking lot unloading trucks and doing various things all through the city.
Jose Reyes will lead it off. As a New Yorker, you know, not only to play here, but to have grown up here too, hit you a couple of different ways. Obviously.
Yeah, it hurt a lot. I mean, one of those firemen that you mentioned, the 78 from Staten Island, was one of my son's Little League coaches. So, and a good friend of mine who I played football with on Sundays, Sal Calabro, we lost him too. He was a firefighter. So, and my wife had a friend's husband who worked for Cantor. So it hit home, and it's like getting a punch in the stomach. And I moved from Staten Island to about 5 blocks from Ground Zero. So I've been in there sort of from a hole in the ground to what it's becoming right now.
Really?
And Johnny was the captain of that team, Dan, and he led the guys through those difficult times. And, you know, when the question came up of whether or not we should actually resume play in New York, Johnny was one of the guys who was standing with me in that clubhouse saying, we have to play in New York. There's not a question of whether we should or not. We had to.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I can tell you, I don't know what the other guys had said that they were up here, but this guy right here, this is the guy you want in a foxhole with you at any time. He led us not only on the field, but off the field. And we just followed him from day one, you know, practice. And then we went out into the parking lot and unloaded trucks, and he sent us ahead to Pittsburgh while he stood back here and still unloaded and came back to Pittsburgh, no sleep. I mean, he worked relentless, and I have so much respect for what he did, and I think all my teammates have so much respect for what Bobby did that, you know, we just followed him, and it was just a pleasure being around him and showing what a great leader he was.
And again, as we mentioned earlier, Bobby was honored with the Branch Rickey Award for outstanding community service in 2002 for the efforts that he and the Mets put forth in the wake of the attacks in 2001. As a New Yorker, John, and as somebody who lives now in Lower Manhattan, we wanted to ask you, talk to us about not just the rebuilding efforts at the area once known as Ground Zero, but the businesses coming in, people moving to that part of the city, just how life has gotten back to normal as much as possible.
I can tell you, I've been down there for 3-4 years now, and it is booming. Everybody wants to move down to Tribeca. Businesses are great. The restaurants are great down there. My favorite restaurant is Rock's, an Italian restaurant that I love to eat in. A nice little family restaurant. It's one of my favorite places. The apartments, everything's getting filled up so fast. And Ground Zero, from like I said before, from a hole in the ground. To show that they're building it bigger and better. It's just amazing how it's going.
A beautiful live shot there. Again, the tribute in light that we have shown you on a number of occasions tonight. The memorial, the reflective pools and so forth, open to the public as of tomorrow morning. It was open for family members today. It's a ground ball up the middle, and Tejada is retired 2 down. And the building, the huge building, One World Trade Center, expected to be open, I believe, in 2013. And just more and more construction coming. You must walk by it on almost a daily basis.
I go by it quite a bit, driving back, you know, in and out of the city or walking past it. It's just a great job, and you know, the police and firemen and all the emergency workers have done such a great job. But you know, the construction workers, you got to tip your hat to those guys. Those guys are down there 24/7, getting that thing going. The iron workers, it's just amazing how it all has come together and how it's all rebuilding, and it's going to be a beautiful sight down there.
When you were out on the field before the game tonight, throwing out the ceremonial first pitch to Mike Piazza, the PA announcer welcomed you as former New York Mets star and New Yorker John Franco, surrounded by emergency response people, Tuesday's Children, the organization the Mets are involved with, your ex-teammates. I mean, I can't even imagine what a lump in your throat there must have been.
I had a lump, I had tears. I wasn't sure if I was going to reach Mike. All I kept hearing was my son's voice in the back of my head, "Don't bounce it." And I told him before the game, I said, "I've been bouncing balls for 20 years."
Greatest line ever.
I've been bouncing balls for 20 years, and they were swinging at, so why should tonight be any different?
You didn't throw a screwball, though.
No, I was just happy to get it there, Earl.
Hey, let's be fair. Mike didn't give you much of a target. That was not a cat. He was not getting down on a squat.
I didn't want him to get down because I was afraid I was going to bounce it. But it's this. It was this great seeing, you know, being back here, seeing Bobby and my former teammates, and how everybody still, we felt that we were part of it. We were a little Band-Aid in a big wound, and we did our part. You know, visiting. I can remember going down to Ground Zero. Remember, Bobby, when we went down to Ground Zero, just to look on the rescue workers' face and how determined and how tired they were, but they were still determined to get the job done. And I'll never forget that. You know, the wreckage and the destruction down there, and we were walking through, and it was just something I would never forget.
2 outs, nobody on, full count pitch on the way, and just inside, ball 4 as Duda draws the walk. Let's go back pregame and show you that first pitch we were talking about. John Franco on the mound, Mike Piazza behind the plate. Plenty to spare. Plenty.
I'm just glad I got it there. That's all. I've been throwing a lot of BP to my son, so, but that's only from 40 feet. But it's good to see Mike and the guys back, and you know, Mike and I, we both had some tears in our eyes. And how can't you have tears when you're standing on the line, especially next to the Tuesday's Children? And you know, we visited a firehouse on Friday together, and the one particular firehouse that we visited, they had 13 members lost. So we were in there for a couple hours with the firemen, and it's just a pleasure being around those guys. The job that they do, the fire and police, you can't put a price tag on what they do.
The official toll of those who died on 9/11 in New York, or on 9/11, I shouldn't say in New York. This includes Shanksville, this includes the Pentagon, is 2,977. 343 of them were firefighters here in New York City. 23 New York police officers and 37 Port Authority police officers. Over 400 emergency response first responders lost their lives, saving countless others on 9/11.
Yeah, you know, you hear stories about you know, emergency workers down in the lobby of the building directing people out while they know the building's coming down, and they would tell them, don't go left, go right, go out this way, and you know, and then the building came down on them, and you know, they saved so many lives that you know, you have to take your hat off to them.
Runner at first, 2 down. David Wright is the batter. The Mets down a run here in the bottom of the 7th inning. 2-0.
Yeah, Johnny, we played the sport for years, and you were the hero of many games, saving as many as you did. Mike Piazza was a hero that night, but really heroes were redefined during those days.
Absolutely,
wasn't it?
absolutely. Yeah. What we do is, you know, we enjoy the game, we love the game, but what those men and women do every day is put their lives on the line and protect us so we can sleep better at night. And you just, you know, like I said before, you can't put a price tag on what these men and women do for the city of New York and all over the country.
We had quite a contingent from around the country too. Other first responders who came in. I saw them today on the streets from Boston, from Detroit. I know a lot of my first responders from Stamford, Connecticut, who responded to Ground Zero are here tonight, giving honor to all of those around.
Yeah, everybody just wanted to be part of it. And the thing I remember too, Bobby, remember when we went back to Pittsburgh and we went on the field and the Pirate fans gave us a standing ovation.
Incredible.
And something I won't forget, because back then, back when all of this happened, it's just the whole country united as one. and it was just a great feeling that to know that Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania was with us when the plane went down outside of Pittsburgh, and we were in Pittsburgh at the time, and we had to go to a hotel 30 minutes away up in the mountains, and
walking to dinner every night, and that bus ride back. I remember it was just a normal bus ride, and when we got close to the city, it was just a hush on the bus that you couldn't hear nothing.
John, we really appreciate you stopping by and spending some time with us and giving us New York
Thanks for having me. Thanks for having me.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
John
See you,
Franco.
Skip. See you,
buddy. Well done, Johnny. Good job.
I love this card. With the Bank Americard Cash Rewards credit card,
We earn more cash back for the things we buy most.
that's 1% cash back everywhere, every time. 2% on groceries.
3% on gas, automatic. No hoops to jump through.
That's 1% cash back on Oscar.
Tony.
Oscar.
2% back on whatever she'll eat.
3% back on filling up this baby.
Now get 1, 2, 3% cash back.
It's that simple.
Apply online or at a Bank of America near you.
We're talking 3% back on gas.
At USAA, we believe honor is not exclusive to the military, and commitment is not limited to one's military oath. The same set of values that drive our nation's military are the ones we used to build USAA Bank. From free checking to credit cards to loans, our commitment to the military, veterans, and their families is without equal. Visit us online to learn what makes our bank so different. USAA, we know what it means to serve.
Inspired by the amazing true story.
No dolphin has ever been known to lose its entire tail and survive.
The odds were incredible, but her spirit was unbreakable. Dolphin Tale, rated PG, starts September 23rd.
I can't let allergies stop me from leading the way. So I get Claritin Clear. Non-drowsy Claritin relieves my worst symptoms. And only Claritin is proven to keep you as alert and focused as someone without allergies. No other brand can say that, not even Allegra. Live Claritin Clear.
Fly ball. It's way back! The Tigers are going to the World Series! October the 14th, 2006, the Detroit Tigers are American League champions.
Catch the postseason beginning September 30th.
ESPN Sunday Night Baseball is presented by Taco Bell. Think outside the bun. MLB.TV, baseball everywhere. Watch over 100 live out-of-market games per week online and on your favorite devices. Visit MLB.TV for details. Dan Schulman, Bobby Valentine, Oral Hershiser back with you at Citi Field. Our thanks to Todd Zeal, Mike Piazza, and John Franco for all coming in and spending some time with us tonight. Coy Hill leads it off for the Cubs in the 8th inning. Chicago leading the Mets 4-3. Hill is 1 for 3 tonight. Bunted foul up the third baseline. And it's a ball and a strike on Hill as Blake DeWitt has come out in the on-deck circle in Matt Garza's spot. These teams just trying to finish up strong, play spoiler when given the opportunity against one of the contenders. One week from tonight, we'll be in Philadelphia as the Phillies host the St. Louis Cardinals, who won again today, beat Atlanta, swept them, moved within 4.5 of the Braves for the National League wild card spot. How about that? One down as Hill is retired.
The Braves are really struggling with their starting pitching, and their bullpen has been so good. Had a couple hiccups here lately with Venters and Kimbrel, but without the great offense, without McCann hitting, that's a team that the Atlanta Braves that really hasn't hit a slump this year and might start questioning themselves if they stay in this slump this time of the year.
Here's DeWitt.
Those young guys in the bullpen, those pieces are really getting up there in appearances too.
Over 70.
Over 70. You think if they make it all the way through October, they'd be probably close to 100 appearances?
Could be. Yep.
Wow.
DeWitt with a ground ball to second. And just like that, 2 down. Big story in the American League is the continued struggles of the Boston Red Sox, who were blown out by Tampa Bay today 9-1 as the Rays swept them to move within 3.5 games of the Red Sox for the American League wildcard spot, with a 4-game series between the two teams at Fenway Park next Thursday through Sunday. Also, very quietly, Mariano Rivera picked up career save number 599 today in the Yankees' 6-5 win over the Angels. So he is right on the heels of Trevor Hoffman and his all-time record of 601. Buster Olney reporting down from field level that David Ortiz, when asked after the game today, is it time to panic? Big Papi said, yep, it's time to panic.
I like it when they're truthful.
Swing and a miss, a ball and a strike.
Boston's having major situations with their starting staff. Still a very fine offensive team, but you have to have someone in the middle of the diamond, and they just don't have it right now. Praying for Buchholz to come back.
Youkilis is out right now with an injury. Pedroia's been struggling. They've got a series left with the Yankees in addition to their series left with the Rays. And the Rays have 7 games left with the Yankees between now and the end of the season.
Right now the Rays have the best starting pitching in the American League East.
Castro with a base hit into center field. That'll extend a hitting streak for him to a 12-gamer. It's his National League leading 187th hit on the season.
He hits this ball off the end of the bat a little, but he hits it well enough to get it into the outfield for a base hit. But the bat gets into the perfect launching position. You see the elbow come down. You see his hands get above the ball. And you see him push this ball out into center field for a base hit.
That'll bring us to a pitching change for the Mets. The Cubs up 4-3 here in the top of the 8th.
Now use your Lowe's consumer credit card to get 5% off every day. Or choose special financing on purchases of $299 or more. Experience Lowe's. Let's build something together.
You okay? I'm not looking forward to my flight. Try this.
Bear aspirin. I'm not having a heart attack. It's my back.
No, this is new Bear Advanced Aspirin. Clinically proven to relieve tough pain twice as fast as before.
Would you invent this or something?
Well, my team did. I'm Dr. Eric First from Bayer. Wow. Look, it has microparticles. It enters the bloodstream faster and rushes relief right to the site of pain. Better?
Great. Thanks.
New Bayer Advanced Aspirin. Extra strength pain relief twice as fast. Test our fast relief. Look out for your coupon in this Sunday's papers.
Walk, little walk, small talk, big thoughts. Gonna tell them all just what I want.
The most legroom per dollar of any car in America. The all-new Nissan Versa sedan from $10,990. Innovation upsized. Innovation for all.
Hey, can I play with toys?
Sure, but let me get a little information first. For broccoli, say 1. For toys, say 2.
Toys.
The system can't process your response at this time.
What?
Please call back between 8 and 5 Central Standard Time.
He's in control.
Goodbye.
Even kids know it's wrong to give someone the runaround. At Ally Bank, you never have to deal with an endless automated system. You can talk to a real person 24/7. It's just the right thing to do.
A day of reflection and remembrance across the country, and no place more so than here in New York City, as we welcome you back. Sunday night baseball from Citi Field, and so many different ways to think about what happened 10 years ago and what has happened in the aftermath of 9/11, Bobby.
Yes, we've been at war, the war against terror, and we've aptly recognized so many men and women in uniform who keep us safe at home. But of course, we live in the land of the free because of the brave. And we have to thank and tip our caps to so many servicemen and women who have risked their lives and been wounded in war, in the longest war that we've had in American history. Thank you for everything you do for keeping us safe.
Well said. Left-hander Daniel Herrera is on now for the Mets. He was picked up as part of the Francisco Rodriguez trade with Milwaukee. Came over on the 1st of September and has pitched well with the Mets. Those are his combined numbers. He's not allowed to run in 5 appearances with the Mets.
There's a really good screwball.
Right there.
How many guys are throwing the screwball these days?
Not many. No. Not many people throw screwballs these days. I think Jim Brewer was the last really successful left-handed screwball pitcher with the Los Angeles Dodgers in the early 70s and late 70s.
And Fernando Valenzuela, of course.
Of course.
And Johnny Franco.
Johnny Franco threw a change-up. It was like it had action like a screwball. But this kid throws a very good screwball. He's all 5 feet 6.5 inches tall. He's not afraid to throw inside the right-handers to keep him honest, and then throws that pitch, which is really difficult to hit and also difficult to catch at times.
And Castro will take second.
I think fewer people throw the screwball because of the new change-up grips that exist and the way pitchers have experimented over the years with taking velocity off the ball but also adding spin. I think years ago it was really about just taking the velocity off, and now it's really about creating movement.
Reyes, and dug out at first by Evans to end the inning. We'll go to the bottom of the 8th here in New York. The Mets coming up, down a run.
Dad, when's it going to be our turn? You promised. We need an upgrade. Now that's more like it.
Everybody loves an upgrade, so upgrade your life with Mediacom Digital Cable and get over 5,000 free on-demand choices, including shows from ABC, NBC, and Disney. Call now and add digital cable for just $7.95 a month for a year.
Upgrade your life.
Call 1-877-822-2253.
You Pull Apart, the do-it-yourselfer's paradise. Check out over 800 cars, trucks, vans, and SUVs, all lifted on stands and separated by make. We specialize in vehicles 10 years old and older. Our parts yard was designed with you in mind. Blacktop pathways for easy access and quick checkout lanes. Go to youpulapartqc.com for upfront pricing. Bring your own tools, pull your own parts, and save big money. Open 7 days a week. You Pull Apart, just off Airport Road in Milan.
The Burlington Express jackpot at Catfish Bend Casino just got better. Get on the fast track to riches with jackpots growing by the hour up to $10,000. Everyone can play and anyone can win the Burlington Express. And if you're a VIP player, take advantage of exclusive random rewards for even more frequent payoffs. Look for this logo on your favorite slot games and ride the rails to instant cash. The more you play, the more we pay. So jump on board the Burlington Express jackpot and random rewards only at Catfish Bend Casino, Burlington, Iowa.
We started getting these unbelievable deals from Living Social, and things really haven't been the same. Now we're discovering a whole new side of our city and ourselves.
Surprise yourself at livingsocial.com. Sign up for free to save at least 50% on the best of your town.
Written consent.
Shots taken this weekend in Manhattan as we again show you a slice of life from each of the 5 boroughs in New York City. Or just saw some pictures from the New York City Fire Museum located at 278 Spring Street, which includes a special memorial for the 343 firefighters who died on 9/11. Back here at Citi Field, we go to the bottom of the 8th. It's the Cubs 4 and the Mets 3. And a ball one inside taken by Angel Pagan against the new Cubs pitcher. Left-hander Sean Marshall is into the game, having another very strong season, primarily in a setup role. He'll face Pagan, Jason Bay, and Nick Evans here in the bottom of the 8th. The Mets down a run. And a strike at the knees to even it up at 1-1. Now playing center field for the Cubs is Marlon Byrd. Pagan 1 for 3 tonight, had an RBI double back in the first inning. A little bit low, ball 2. Each team got a run in the first. Cubs got 2 in the third, another in the 5th. The Mets with 2 in the 6th, and now in the bottom of the 8th, still 4-3 Cubs. Into right field, a base hit. And you just know there are a lot of fans here, probably many of whom, Bobby, were at the game September 21st, 2001, the first game back in New York, when Mike Piazza hit the 2-run homer in the bottom of the 8th when the Mets were down a run to turn the game around. Eventually the game-winning home run. Maybe there's a little more New York magic in the air here tonight.
But you know, neither team played their A lineup coming into this game, and Mike Piazza said he wants to see a lot of the young players, but both managers and both teams play these games to win. The win and the loss goes on the manager's record. The win and the loss goes on the pitcher's record. It's all building not only a fundamental of playing and how you play the game. There's Terry Collins, who's 3 under 500 now, wants very much to get the 500 before the end of the year. So they're playing this as though it's the 3rd or 4th game of a World Series.
Jason Bay, the batter.
Not necessarily 7th game. Sorry.
What he likes about his team is they have continued to play hard all season. A ton of injuries derailed any hopes of contending they might have had, but they have continued to play hard and try to get to that elusive 500 mark, which they've been at and over a few times this year. Dropped back under it recently. 1-2 the count on Bay.
Well, they got the right hitter at the plate. He has been hot. I don't know if that's Jekyll or Hyde. Bobby says he gets hot and cold, but he's the positive one right now, seeing the ball well.
Two and two.
Jason, yeah.
If he throws him one of those down and in breaking balls, happens to leave it up a little bit, it's the kind of pitch that a right-hander loves to pull for a long fly ball down the left field line. Possibly could turn into a home run. He's shown that's the pitch that he has the most confidence in right now. He wants to throw to him.
And Marshall's definitely trying to pitch him inside, because by this time of the season they know Jason Bay likes the ball out over the plate that he could hook and pull down the left field line or into the left center field gap. So they're going to continue to work him inside, I believe, to try to get him out. There's that breaking ball. They want it down and in. If he leaves it up, it'll be right where Orel says he likes it.
Well, if you watch Jason Bay in his at-bat ritual, when he goes to take the practice swing and he kind of jiggles the bat, it's kind of right in the sweet spot where that breaking ball would come. See right there? Boom, boom, low-end breaking ball. So I think he's almost warming up for that low-end breaking ball there. I'd watch going in there.
Oh, runner is going, swing and a miss. Bay gone, and down to second base safely is Pagan.
He didn't leave it up. He threw a perfect one
really
down and
one.
in.
Yep.
Jason swung right over.
Jason was with him on the same page mentally, understanding where he wanted to go to get him out. He was getting ready for it, but just really good sharp bite, good finish. And Bobby talked earlier about, you know how to get a hitter out, but it also comes to execution. And that was executed perfectly by Sean Marshall.
With the tying run at second to base. Now with a 1 out in the bottom of the 8th. After base strikes out, and the batter was going to be Nick Evans. Doubled in a run his last time up. On the appeal, he didn't go. It's ball 1. Swing and a miss at an 88-mile-an-hour cut fastball there for Marshall to even it up at 1-1. And now maybe they're going to change some signs, Oral, with a runner out at second base.
Yep. Whenever you get a runner out in second base and you see maybe a little body language that you don't like, you might not have your signs, but you just don't like the body language out there that could be relaying him. So you bring in a middle infielder. Darwin Barney comes in. He'll relay to Castro if he's concerned about that, but I know Barney is, and shading. Everybody needs to be on the same page. You go second sign a lot of times with relievers, but then after they're in a while, you've got to take them to another level, another place. Relievers like them very simple because they don't have as many innings as starters and don't get as comfortable having the man on second with all the reps.
1-2. What makes Marshall so difficult to hit? He's not an overpowering guy. What makes him so tough?
He throws everything in on right-handers. When he throws the ball away, he tries to get the ball off the plate away. He cuts it in. He throws a breaking ball down and in. And right-handers have a very difficult time keeping him fair when they do put the bat on the ball.
Marshall forcing Pagan back to the bag. Activity in the Cub pen. His right-hander Jeff Samardzija is now throwing.
And you'll see the catcher go with his left foot to get inside. Boom.
And that pitch hits Evans.
Yep.
So Pagan will have to go back to second as Evans makes his way down to first. And Mike Quaddy on his way out to the mound, and he wants Samardzija. So it is a short outing for Sean Marshall. And Samardzija will come into the game here with the tying run at second, the go-ahead run at first, with just 1 out in the bottom of the 8th inning. Monday Night Football returns to ESPN tomorrow with 2 games between division rivals. It begins at 7 o'clock Eastern Time. It'll be the Patriots and the Miami Dolphins. And then at 10:15 Eastern Time, it's the Raiders and the Broncos. Football is back. And Tirico and the guys doing an outstanding job. Looking forward to watching them bring us Monday Night Football all season long.
Double headers now in football. Open it up with a double header. Tell you what, a lot of people across America glad the NFL came back to work.
You know, we saw Peyton Manning a few weeks ago when we were in St. Louis.
Right.
Colorado was playing, and I met Peyton out in the hallway. Remember, we started talking. Afterwards, I said, "There's no way this guy's going to play this year."
Right.
He hadn't worked out. His neck was slanted. He said that he had nobody had been working, training him at all, and getting his body ready. And lo and behold, he's not starting the season, and they just got killed last night in their opener without him.
You had a scoop. You could have tweeted it. You could have told Mort. You could have broken the story.
I told everyone. You know, it's just I say so many things people don't believe me. You know, you, me.
No, remember, I don't think there's enough hours a day for your energy.
He was so concerned about his lack of conditioning that I was amazed.
Take as long as you want, you told him, right?
I told him. I said, you better take at least this entire spring camp or preseason to get ready. But he had no chance of being ready, and I feel really bad for him. And the game's going to miss one of those truly great ones.
Very much so. Dan Shulman, Bobby Valentine, Oral Hershiser, bottom of the 8th inning here at Citi Field. Jeff Samardzija is into the game for the Cubs. 69th appearance of the season for him, a guy who's been pitching very well lately. When his command is on, he is awfully tough to hit, and he's trying to protect a 1-run lead for the Cubs. Josh Thole is going to be the pinch hitter batting for Ronnie Paulino. Left-hand hitting catcher coming up for the right-hand hitting Paulino.
You think the game doesn't matter, but I think it really matters to these two clubs, especially the Mets. And I think there's butterflies on the white shirt side. I think they want it bad. It's not real hard to look for a reason to want to win when you're a New York Met tonight.
Pagan out at second, Evans at first. 1 out in the bottom of the 8th inning. The Cubs up a run.
And with the left-handed hitter up, if in fact Pagan decides to steal third, he'll have an easy shot throwing him out at third. I doubt that he will go, yet Castro thinks there's a chance he's really holding him closely. I'd be concerned of giving that hole up between third and short, because Thole can slap it there very easily and create a tie game. Castro's walking back. You'll see him holding the runner on and then trying to race back to his position.
Line to third. 2 down.
Well, Thole was thinking about going that way, but he just missed the old 5.5 hole.
A good piece of hitting, but a good piece of positioning by the Cubs to have third baseman off the line right there.
Another pinch hitter coming up now for the Mets, Justin Turner, who had the game-winning RBI double on Friday against the Cubs. It's one of the guys that Terry Collins described as one of the nice surprises for the Mets this year. Turner has gotten an opportunity because of some of the other injuries, has played well. Inside, ball 1.
Dan, he's played plenty of positions. He's had tough at-bats. He's able to hit the ball to right field as well as most good right-handed hitters. Hits the breaking ball and really stays within himself. He's a very good little baseball player and has a spot, I believe, on this team next year and beyond.
In again, ball 2. Turner can reach. Jose Reyes would come up here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Turner's clinging to a 1-run lead.
Turner's got to keyhole him right here with Reyes up and not trying to do too much himself. He's in a hitter's count, but he's got to look for his pitch.
His pitch would be that same fastball, the entire ball on the inside part of the plate that'll drive to right center field. Sunk on him a little, and he tried to just fight it off at 2-0, and that's not what you're doing there, Al. No. Cute.
Some kids being allowed to stay a little late, maybe miss a little school tomorrow here to watch this game Sunday night. Swing and a miss, 2-2.
It was a mistake, but it was after a whole bunch of good fastballs in that gains you a lot of room for pitches that are in another place but happen to be wrong and not very well executed. That would have been a hanger if he'd have hit it.
Knocked down by Samardzija, and he'll flip to first. Dropped at first, and the tying run will score.
It looked like a difficult ball for Pena to see as the runner's going down to first base, and Samardzija throws it over his left shoulder. Looks like Pena was blocked out a little and stabs at the ball right at the end. This caroms off his glove oil. He's running towards the base. Something blocked Pena out there.
Yeah, I think the fact that he had to turn his glove over, expects the ball to be hard, as Samardzija just spikes it into the ground, didn't throw it very hard. It almost looked like he could have beat it out even if Pena catches the ball. Everything was arriving at the same time.
Now Jason Pridey comes on to run at second base for Nick Evans. The go-ahead run here with 2 down in the bottom of the 8th inning. And here's Jose Reyes. .98 miles an hour, the radar gun says on that pitch by Samardzija. The scoring on the last play is a base hit for Turner and an error on Samardzija, allowing the run to come in. No RBI on the play. Wouldn't Reyes love to do some damage right here, but it does not look like it's going to happen as he pops it up right near the plate, and the inning is over. The Mets have tied it at the end of 8. It's 4-4.
This is the network, a network of possibilities. In here, pets never get lost.
But if we're ready.
In here, every continent fits in one room.
That was fun. We're playing football outside.
Why are you sitting in the dark?
In here, you're never away from home. It's the AT&T network, and what's possible in here is almost impossible to say.
What do you think?
We'd have to get all new appliances.
We'll just go to the warehouse stores. Pick out everything you want. The sink's ringing. Hello?
You think those guys have everything you want? Consider this your wake-up call. Only Sears has Kenmore in all 10 of the top 10 brands. The other guys don't even carry all top 3. I hope you brought an umbrella, because it's raining cold, hard facts up in here.
Thinking about buying appliances somewhere else? Think again. Sears.
Phone retract.
Would you like her to rephrase the question?
I'm not going to be the person I'm expected to be anymore.
Be unexpected. Bleu de Chanel.
At Chanel.com.
The most legroom per dollar of any car in America. From $10,990. The all-new Nissan Versa sedan. Innovation upsized. Innovation for all.
Tied at 4 as we go to the top of the 9th inning here at Citi Field. Dan Schulman, Bobby Valentine, Oral Hershiser. Sunday Night Baseball. A number of changes for the Mets, including a new pitcher, Manny Acosta, who, because of the trade of Francisco Rodriguez and the struggles of Bobby Parnell, will be given the odd opportunity to close a game. He'll come on to try to preserve a tie here in the top of the 9th inning. Josh Tolley stays in the game behind the plate. Lucas Duda is at first base right now, and Jason Pridey has stayed in the game in right field. Brian LaHare is going to be the batter for the Cubs. He has had a big night. 2 doubles, 2 walks, and 3 runs scored.
And continues to impress, even at 28 years old, coming out of the minor leagues with very little big league experience.
A high fly ball down the right field line towards the corner and foul. After LaHare, scheduled to Carlos Pena and Tyler Colvin in what has been a very productive part of the Cubs lineup. They've got 6 hits and 3 walks between them, and have driven in all 4 of the Cubs' runs, 3 of them by Colvin. Missed with a backdoor breaking ball. 2 balls and a strike on LaHare.
You haven't really seen a good off-speed pitch in sequence thrown to LaHare yet tonight. He's really done a good job spoiling some high hard stuff and hit some mistakes. I'll tell you what, I would not be inclined to throw him a lot of fastballs. I would make him hit my off-speed pitch. I'd show him the fastball, especially the fastball up. The swing looks very grooved for the low pitch, especially the low middle of the plate to middle in. Something soft and bouncing on the outer half. I'd like to see him if he can handle it or lay off of it.
Breaking ball hit in the air to left field. And right at Jason Bay, 1 down.
I like the pitch selection, not completely executed properly, but you saw it took kind of the sting out of his bat, that everything was kind of opening up and hitting to right all day. He's been hitting the ball down the right field line really hard, foul. But this one ends up on the outer half and off speed. Not a great pitch, but it's a ball, and you see 81 miles an hour, and everything's kind of spent going towards the pull side of the field, and then just hit weakly to left field.
So 1 down to the Cubs' 9th, and here's Carlos Pena. He has tripled, doubled, walked, and flied out. 27 home runs on the season. And a breaking ball for a strike.
And if he hits a home run with the new metrics, does he get a on-base cycle?
I'm not sure there's I'm not sure there's such a term yet.
Just wondering.
Yeah. Because he has walked, doubled, and tripled.
Yes.
Don't put it by our partner to not invent this.
Yeah.
Well, it's kind of a cycle, right?
Mm-hmm.
0-2. Shift on, 3 Mets on the right side of the infield. Carlos Marmol, the Cubs closer, who has had a Jekyll and Hyde season, is up in the pen right now. 9 blown saves for Marmol.
Really interesting to hear Mike Piazza talk about him and what they might ask him to do to refine his mechanics and to find the toolbox for a pitcher to be more consistent over the offseason.
Yes, he did. 2 down. So now Colvin, 2 for 4, and he's driven in 3 runs. Costa frustrated with himself. The Mets have to figure out who their closer is going to be in 2012 with no more K-Rod. Right now Parnell struggling. Jason Isringhausen got a number of saves for them last month. Acosta being given an opportunity right now. Parnell certainly got the arm. 99, sometimes 100 miles per hour. In yesterday's game with runners at second and third and 2 down, Terry Collins had Parnell pitch to Aramis Ramirez because he was worried if he intentionally walked Ramirez with the bases loaded, Parnell might have trouble throwing strikes, and then if he walks somebody, Well, that would be it. But he said, hey, this is the big leagues. I've got to have faith in him that he can throw strikes. And Terry Collins told us before the game he regrets the decision that he made yesterday.
Yeah, you definitely have to trust your players, and Terry knows that as well as anyone. And he had him pitch to a pretty good RBI man and got burned on it, and Parnell wound up with another loss.
Production level, not a development level.
2-2 the count on Colvin.
Yeah, Tyler, you can see how they're trying to throw him up in the zone because his approach is one where his hands really start down as he's starting to swing the ball. So his hands are always above the high pitch. I mean, below the high pitch. And consequently, he fouls it off or pops it up or swings and misses.
Chase is down and away. Nasty pitch there from Acosta. And the Cubs go in order. The Mets will come up. 1 run will win it as we head to the bottom of the 9th.
Sunday NFL Countdown, now at 10 a.m. on ESPN.
Now use your Lowe's consumer credit card to get 5% off every day. Or choose special financing on purchases of $299 or more. Experience Lowe's. Let's build something together.
Sorry, I couldn't get away.
You can now.
This season, you need a truck like the Silverado to take on that list of yours. It's the Chevy season of doing. And there isn't a better time for a truck with checkmark after checkmark of pure doing power. Get to your Chevy dealer today, get the truck, and get that list done.
How can power consumption in China impact wool exports from New Zealand, textile production in Spain, and the use of medical technology in the U.S.? At T. Rowe Price, we understand the connections of a complex global economy. It's just one reason over 75% of our mutual funds beat their 10-year Lipper average. T. Rowe Price. Invest with confidence. Request a prospectus or summary prospectus with investment information, risks, fees, and expenses to read and consider carefully before investing.
We go to the bottom of the 9th inning here at Citi Field. You gotta believe, says this Mets fan. Tied at 4. As the Mets got 2 in the 6th, 1 in the 8th on an unearned run to tie the game. A little dramatics in store here in the bottom of the 9th, perhaps. Ruben Tejada, Lucas Duda, and David Wright, the scheduled hitters. Jeff Samardzija is still on the mound for the Cubs. Fastball for a strike. Duda, the number 3 hitter with the Met lineup. Wright, the cleanup hitter. And a foul back. It's 0-2. Samardzija's throwing hard. He's thrown pitches at 96, 97, and 98 already tonight.
And Dan, in the 6th inning, when the Cubs had a 4-1 lead, it was Orel who said David Wright's going to come up in the 9th inning and hit a home run to win this game. Yes?
We had 2 candidates, Reyes and Wright, and he's batting 3rd this inning.
Base hit left field. Big turn by Tejada. Almost halfway to second base before scampering back.
Well, do you bunt him over, Bobby,
No.
and possibly lose David's bat?
No.
I don't think so.
No, Lucas is proving himself to be a middle of the lineup hitter. He's a left-handed hitter who likes to pull the ball, even though this fastball is tough to pull, but you have a hole there that creates a first and third situation in a hurry with no outs. If in fact he can use the hole or hit a gap and send the hometown fans home with a smile.
Here's Duda, 0 for 3 with a walk tonight. Tejada with 3 stolen bases on the season, being held on at first by Pena. Nobody out. Tie game, bottom of the 9th. Outside, a ball and a strike. A Samardzija throwing error, allowing the tying run to score in the bottom of the 8th inning. Servicemen and servicewomen who were here with the ball game. There are many of them still here deep into the night. Bottom of the 9th inning. To left field, dropping a base hit. 2 on with nobody out in the bottom of the 9th. David Wright coming to the plate.
Well, 2 great at bats to set the table for the Mets and for this guy.
Well, I like it when you can predict it four innings before what we were going to see, keeping the people around, knowing that the hero is going to get a chance in the 9th inning to be a hero. He is the right stuff.
David stepped out and wore a firefighter hat in the dugout. He was the only one. He's now the only one at the plate.
There's a reason.
The winning run at second, Tejada. At first, Duda, nobody out. Wright, the batter. Ground ball to third. There's one, and that's all they will get. As LeMahieu had some indecision, do I throw to second? And by the time he thought it over, he didn't have a play at first anymore.
All defensive players have to stand out there and say, I want the ball hit to me, and then they have to say to themselves, if the ball is hit to me, what am I going to do with it? Here's David Wright getting on top of this ball and hitting a ground ball to third. So he wanted the ball hit to him, and then when he gets it, he has to know what he's going to do with it. Step on third, throw to first, get the double play. Instead, he steps on third, thinking about second, does not get a double play. And consequently, there's only 1 out. Could be a man on second and 2.
That's a run through the bag. Keep your momentum. Get an angle towards first base and just gun it over there. That was hit hard enough to get a double play.
So now Duda at second, Wright at first on the fielder's choice. 1 out. And Samardzija will face Angel Pagan. Ball 1.
Angel's a good fastball hitter. He's going to get a fastball in a fastball count, and he'll probably put a very good swing on it.
To the backstop, and the runners advance.
Well, the choices now are play the infield in and pitch a left-hander, or you're going to have everyone come in, or are you going to walk Pagan, load the bases, and have Bay be the hitter with the bases loaded? They're going to load the bases here. Then you have to have the outfield come in, and the infield doesn't have to play in. They could play in double play depth because you have the right-handed hitting Bay coming up. So when we say the outfield in, you have to play shallow enough that your arm will carry you home. That means you can't catch a ball where you're standing and have the runner be able to tag at third and score. So here comes the outfield. They're all coming in. It takes away a single, but anything that you have to go back on, the game's over. Anything you come in on, you have a chance of throwing the runner out at home. Now Mike Piazza decided to play the infield in to get the out at home rather than playing them in double play depth with the right-handed hitter up.
Bases loaded with one out as the Mets try to win it here in the bottom of the ninth. Jason Bay is the batter, 1 for 3 with a walk, 1 for 2 lifetime against Samardzija. And a strike at the belt, 0-1. LaHare in left, Bird in center, Colvin in right, all pulled in close in the outfield. The infielders are in as well. Chop foul, 0-2. Bay upset with himself after he struck out last inning against Sean Marshall, muttering to himself on his way back to the dugout for swinging over the top of a down and in breaking ball. Now just trying to fight something off and somehow find a way to drive in the winning run from third base. To third, coming home for out number 2, down to first, not in time. Bases loaded, 2 down. And for those of you who might have seen the Jets beat the Cowboys on a late field goal, we are here in the bottom of the ninth inning, Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN. Dan Shulman to Bobby Valentine, Oral Hershiser, and the Mets got the first 2 men on this inning, but now have the bases loaded with 2 down as they try to beat the Cubs. They got 2 in the 6th, 1 in the 8th to tie it. Can they win it here in the bottom of the ninth? Jason Pridey is the batter. His first at bat of the night, came on as a pinch runner an inning ago. Tonight's ball game, of course, marked with a lot of emotion here in New York City. 10th anniversary of 9/11, a stirring pregame ceremony that lasted about 15 minutes here at Citi Field. And so many servicemen and women here in attendance here tonight, hoping to see their hometown Mets pull out a victory here in the bottom of the ninth.
The defense is playing normal now. They just need 1 out to get out of this. And you always talk about never overrunning bases. This is a situation where the runner at first can overrun second base. He doesn't have to go in sliding. If the ball's hitting the hole, it's short. The second baseman comes over to try to stretch. You just run right into left field and touch the base. If you're safe, the run scores, and then they can try to tag you out. One of the few times that you overrun bases other than first and home is on that 2 out bases loaded situation tie game last inning.
1-2 now, the count on Pridey. The potential winning run. David Wright is at third base. Samardzija 97, 98, even occasionally 99 miles per hour tonight with some movement. But he's still given up a couple of hits this inning. Bases loaded, 2 down. 2-2 pitch. Friday checked it. There's the appeal. Yes, he did, says Joe West. The count is full. Runners will be on the move. It comes down to this. And he struck him out to end the inning. Samardzija gets out of it to the 10th.
Casey Mears drives the number 13 Geico Toyota Camry. Naturally, he saves with Geico. He also drives a motorcycle. He drives an RV and an ATV. Geico insures motorcycles, ATVs, and RVs.
We insure almost everything Casey drives.
Almost. Geico, proud sponsor of the Geico 400 at the Chicagoland Speedway.
The more times you see this delicious hand-breaded chicken sandwich drop, the hungrier you're gonna get. And that's just the way it is. The hand-breaded chicken filet sandwich, now at Hardee's.
I'm so hungry, I could eat a double-loaded omelet biscuit.
Double means bigger, and that's just the way it is. The made-from-scratch double-loaded omelet biscuit at Hardee's.
Didn't think Toyota value could get any better? How's this for a start? Every new Toyota comes with Toyota Care, the first complimentary maintenance plan offered by any full-line brand. Get coverage for 2 years or 25,000 miles and 24/7 roadside assistance. Peace of mind. Only better. Right now, get Toyota Care on the purchase of any one of your favorite Toyota models. Visit your local Toyota dealer for details. Toyota.
Here at Citi Field tonight, a giant flag unfurled in the outfield by members of Tuesday's Children, an organization started by the New York Mets to help those affected by the tragedy of 9/11. John Franco throwing out the ceremonial first pitch to Mike Piazza, two of the stars of the 2001 New York Mets. And a lot of emotion in the house as this night began. 10th anniversary of 9/11 here in New York City. Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN. We come to you live from Citi Field, the home of the Mets. They were the team that played the first professional sporting event in New York City back in 2001, and they won that game on a Mike Piazza home run in the bottom of the 8th inning. That was on September the 21st, 2001. They sure had their chances to win this one in the bottom of the 9th. But we go on to extra innings as Reed Johnson comes up as a pinch hitter for the Cubs. Batting in the spot of DJ LeMahieu. Manny Acosta's on the mound for the Mets. And a breaking ball for a strike. 4 runs, 9 hits, 2 errors for the Cubs. One of them costly, the error by Jeff Samardzija that allowed the tying run to score in the bottom of the 8th inning. 4 runs, 11 hits, 1 error for the Mets. Cubs have left 10 men on. The Mets have left 12, including the bases loaded in the just completed bottom of the 9th. Out in front of the breaking ball, and it's fouled back 1-2. After Johnson, Darwin Barney, and then Coy Hill, the 6, 7, and 8 hitters in the Cubs lineup.
3 breaking balls in a row. Probably throw a fastball up here. Finish him off with breaking balls later in the count.
Fastball up, foul it off.
Bobby, explain to the audience at home that when we know the sequence as a hitter or a pitcher, that we still continue with that sequence and why the hitter doesn't hit it if he knows what's coming.
Sometimes I just don't know. I don't know that they know.
It's still hard to do it, though.
Yeah, it's still hard to do it.
Really
you can tell someone what's coming, and it's still very, very difficult to hit it.
Yes, he did. And the tag applied, chased that breaking ball down and away.
If you watch batting practice and they're laying it right in there for him, and you watch where the balls are sprayed all over the field, you still see probably 6 out of 10 probably end up as hits in BP. And now you have a big league pitcher throwing it farther and harder. And the ratio goes down real quick, even when they know what's coming.
But you know what we always say, Earl? The further you get away from home plate, the easier it is.
Oh, right. No, I wasn't. I know how hard it is.
And so I could see what's going on. You could see what's going on and what will happen. But then they might even know what's happening and just get caught up in the moment.
But plenty of times we're sitting with fans and we're sitting there saying, this is what he's going to do. And they're like, well, if you know, the hitter must know, so why can't he hit it? And it's just really hard to do.
Swing and a miss, and it's 0-2 on Darwin Barney, who is 1 for 4 tonight and 5 for his last 47. A young man is a rookie, perhaps just hitting the wall, playing more baseball than he ever has before. Minor league season's wrapping up about now.
Mike Piazza said that, says he needs to eat more, that he works all day long, plays all day long, but he gets worn down. And you could see that the bat speed isn't what it was the last time we had the Cubs. It's really leaking with that front shoulder, seeing the top hand coming off the bat prematurely. And the opposition knows it also, Earl, and that's why he's getting those fastballs in.
And you not only get tired physically, you get tired mentally.
You bet.
The mental grind of concentrating this long into the season through the heat. And sometimes what you have to convince yourself is, even though I feel tired, I don't have to do more, because it makes it worse. Because when you try to do more, it gets all your timing out of sequence, your body movements out of sequence. You